In today's video, we will be retelling the story of one of John Mayer's most iconic guitars of all time, the 64 Stratocaster. There is just so much information to cover when discussing this incredibly important guitar, and I want to go over it all in detail and not skip anything. So I'm not planning on this being a very short video, so sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy the story of John Mayer's 64 Stratocaster. So John's 64 Stratocaster, we have to first clarify that this guitar is in fact vintage. It is not a custom shop or master-built reproduction of a 1964 Stratocaster, which is something that I do see is talked about online a little bit, and one piece of misinformation I want to clarify right away. This guitar also gets quite often confused with John's SRV signature Stratocaster, which sports a very similar aesthetic, but obviously these are two very different and distinct guitars. When it comes to Stratocasters produced in 1964 specifically, like John's, there are a few details that are unique to this era that I think are important to mention before we get further along in the video. Now, 64 was a transition year for Fender, and when it comes to Stratocasters, depending on when they were produced in 1964, there will actually be some differences in these guitars. Even though you might have two 1964 Stratocasters, there will be some differences depending on when they were made. Now, Strats produced in early 64 will have the spaghetti logo as well as black bottom 63 style pickups, while Strats produced in later 1964 will feature the transition logo and gray bottom, essentially 65 style pickups on them. So some pretty big differences in terms of the pickups specifically that we are interested in. When it comes to Mayer's 64 Stratocaster, it features the spaghetti logo on the headstock, indicating that it is an early 64 Stratocaster with what is most likely the black bottom 63 style pickups in it. And another piece that helps to confirm what pickups are actually in the 64 Strat comes from the development of the PRS Silver Sky. John mentions that the Silver Sky was developed based off of a 64 Stratocaster, and the pickups being designated 635JM are actually in between a 63 and a 64 style pickup, 63 and a half if you take it 635, which also kind of indirectly confirms that the pickups in the 64 Stratocaster are those 63 style black bottom pickups. Now, our story begins in 2005 during the John Mayer Trio era when John acquired the 64 Stratocaster. In an interview that he did in 2016 for the MSN forum, he reflected on when he first bought the guitar and the reason why he loved the specs so much. I'm going to read from this interview here and quote for you guys now. I bought the guitar in 2005 or so, maybe 2006. It's my favorite spec combination, sunburst with tortoise pickguard and rosewood fretboard. You see a lot of basses with that look. I think Dila had one the whole time we were playing together. But guitars are more rare. It needed a refret, so I sent it to Chris Fleming at the Fender Custom Shop to do the job, and I believed I asked Renee to put a 5-way switch in place of the 3-way. In fact, I remember having a conversation with a couple of guys in the room as to whether it would devalue the guitar, and I think I got yelled at. So right from John you hear that sunburst with the tortoiseshell guard and rosewood fretboard is his favorite spec combination, and I think it's pretty clear that that was his favorite spec combination really since day one. Of course, his Stevie Ray Vaughan Stratocaster being modified with the black guard replaced with a tortoiseshell pickguard. Of course, that guitar having Pau Ferrero instead of actual rosewood, but you get the picture. And it's the exact same way with his Fender Artist Series Signature Stratocaster. One of the spec options you could order that guitar in was sunburst with a tortoiseshell guard and rosewood fretboard. Now, I do have to think that when it comes to the 64 Stratocaster, that the tortoiseshell pickguard on that guitar is in fact original, because the way John says that guitars from back in the 60s with that spec combination are more rare, that leads me to theorize that that is the original pickguard on that guitar. Of course, it wouldn't be that rare to just find a nice vintage sunburst Stratocaster and then swap something like a Spitfire torque guard on it. As for the modifications that John did to the 64 Strat, the guitar now has Dunlop 6105 frets on it, and of course the other modification being switching from that 3-way blade to a 5-way blade to allow for those 4th and 2nd pickup positions. And we're going to touch on the 4th position especially a little later on in this video, because at the time I don't really think that John would have realized that making this change from a 3-way blade to a 5-way blade would actually be so impactful and really kind of define what the guitar is known as going forward, but that's for just a little later on in the video. Now, as far as the year that John purchased the 64 Stratocaster, we know it was probably 2005, and as John mentions, it might have been 2006. However, the very first performance with the 64 Stratocaster was in April of 2006, so it would have had to have been within the first few months of 2006. As I mentioned earlier on in the video, the earliest performance that we can absolutely confirm that the 64 Stratocaster was used for was in Arizona at the Tempe Festival with the John Mayer Trio, the very last show of the John Mayer Trio era, in fact. Not only was this the live debut of the 64 Stratocaster, but it also was the live debut of Dumble Steel String Singer 002. John had actually bought both of these pieces of gear around the same time, which is pretty crazy to think about. John said, "I picked up Steel String Singer 002 around the same time as the 64. The 64 through the Steel String Singer gave Renee and I goosebumps when we first plugged it in." After that John Mayer Trio performance, the 64 Stratocaster saw no more live use because John moved on to recording and finishing Continuum. Now, you might know the 64 Strat as the guitar that John would use to perform Slow Dancing in a Burning Room on. But did you know that it's actually the guitar that he used in the studio to record Slow Dancing on? Back in 2022, Sweetwater did a breakdown of the guitar track on Continuum for Slow Dancing in a Burning Room, titled Iconic Guitar Tones, John Mayer's Slow Dancing in a Burning Room. And in that, they reached out to Chad Franskowiak, who provided some details on the original recording. The key point here that we are interested in is that Chad revealed John's main guitar was a 1964 Stratocaster. And this makes sense because, as we know, John loves to play whatever guitar he wrote a song and used in the studio on live. We just see that as a quite common theme with John, and for him to move on to eventually making that guitar the Slow Dancing in a Burning Room guitar makes a lot of sense. And I would heavily speculate that the 64 Stratocaster is probably on more than just Slow Dancing in a Burning Room. When you listen to Continuum front to back, I'm sure you hear it somewhere else, but we have no confirmation of its use outside of being the main guitar for Slow Dancing in a Burning Room. And when it comes to the studio version of Slow Dancing in a Burning Room, I'm one of those people who will die on the hill that John used the middle position on the 64 Stratocaster. When you truly just sit back and listen to the recorded guitar tone, it definitely sounds like the middle position, not position 4. However, of course, live, position 4 is the quintessential Slow Dancing in a Burning Room sound, especially on the 64 Stratocaster. And remember when I said we'd come back to John modifying that 3-way blade to a 5-way? Well, it's really funny to me that just how important that 4th position sound on the 64 Stratocaster would actually become, as that is the sound of Slow Dancing in a Burning Room live, and it's a position on the guitar that was never intended the way the guitar was designed to actually have that 4th position with the neck and middle pickups together. After Continuum was finished, you would be forgiven to think that the guitar that John used to record one of his most popular songs on for the record with would be used heavily live. However, this was just not the case. At the Webster Hall launch party performance for Continuum, the 64 Strat was not used at all. And then on October 30th of 2006 at the Chapel in Melbourne, Australia, the 64 Stratocaster was used. But not for Slow Dancing. That was the Monterey. The 64 Strat was used for Vultures over the Gold Leaf. So it's just kind of a really weird guitar selection at that one show. And much like both of these performances for Slow Dancing in a Burning Room, John would elect to use the Monterey Stratocaster as the Slow Dancing in a Burning Room guitar throughout the entire Continuum tour. Of course, that includes Where the Light Is, in which the 64 Strat did not make an appearance at all during that just absolutely incredible and iconic live Mayer show. And it's a pretty similar story when it comes to the Battle Studies era as well, John electing not to use the 64 Stratocaster at all. However, for Slow Dancing in a Burning Room during the Battle Studies tour, John actually moved away from the Monterey Stratocaster and started using the black one a lot more for that song during that era. Before we move on from the Continuum and Battle Studies eras, there is one performance at the very end of 2008 in what you could call the transitionary period between Continuum and Battle Studies, where John actually did bring out the 64 Stratocaster, and it's for the Grammy nomination concert on December 3rd of 2008 with B.B. King, and the 64 Stratocaster being the guitar John chose to use, which is kind of interesting that the 64 was a guitar he just wasn't using live really at all. And then for this one-off performance with B.B. King, it's what he brought out. So maybe he was looking for a guitar with just that vintage vibe, and the 64 just really footed the bill. When it comes to the Born and Raised in Paradise Valley era, all of a sudden, as if overnight, the 64 Stratocaster was used on a nightly basis for multiple songs, but always guaranteed to be used on Slow Dancing in a Burning Room live. And it's just kind of this weird transition between eras. Battle Studies Continuum, not used at all. Born and Raised and Forward, it was used every single night. When we look back on the Born and Raised in Paradise Valley era, it's clear that John just loved that guitar. The way he played it and just how insane a lot of those performances were with that guitar really just speaks volumes to how quickly and how strongly John bonded with that guitar. And there are so many fantastic performances and tones to choose from. I think probably one of the most well-known is the Slow Dancing in a Burning Room performance in August of 2013 on Letterman. And also in 2013, we would get a follow-up to my favorite Mayer collaboration of all time by an absolute landslide. It's not even close to any other thing in my opinion. It's just that good. John Mayer and Keith Urban at Crossroads. Now, in 2013 for Crossroads, John and Keith would perform Don't Let Me Down, and John would use the 64 Stratocaster. And then, on January 27th of 2014, John and Keith would reunite and perform the same song for the Grammy TV special salute to the Beatles. Again, of course, John using the 64 Stratocaster for both performances. And those two performances of Don't Let Me Down with Keith Urban, I think, are ones a lot of Mayer fans really go back to and just listen to frequently, not only because they are fantastic, but because of the guitar tones and just the way John and Keith play together is truly special and incredible in my mind. And those are two really great performances that highlight the 64 Stratocaster in John's hands. Yeah, those performances of Don't Let Me Down with Keith Urban, those are just absolute highlights of John and that guitar in my opinion. In 2014 as well, we also have a gear talk that John did on Periscope. I'm going to play for you guys the part where he talks about the 64 Strat.
You guys might know that guitar. This somehow quickly became the kind of like go-to stage guitar over the last 2 or 3 years. You've seen that guitar a lot. There's that. Screenshot of that bar right there. And here's what's cool about it. I mean, when I got it, it didn't have as much of that on it. That's me. You can see those pick lines there. That's also me, and that's probably a little bit of me, though. I'm not sure how much. But that guitar is actually... Here's the thing about the years. You look back and you go, oh, I've had this guitar for 10 years. I mean, I've had this guitar for almost exactly 10 years. And the first time this guitar was on a record was on the Continuum record. And you go, wow, that's 10 years ago. So it's not like you get older. Shit just gets farther behind you. That's about it.
It's really cool to hear John talk about this guitar in such a casual way. One of my favorite pieces of that was when he just kind of highlights, okay, that wear there, that was a little bit of me, that was some of me there as well. Oh yeah, I did that. Just kind of talking about how the guitar, when it came to him, already had lived 50 years. And then he's just part of its life now as the current custodian of that instrument. And one of the main key takeaways that I truly believe is from this Periscope Gear talk is how he just mentions that suddenly the guitar almost overnight became one of his main stage guitars. It's just kind of funny how that happens sometimes. Yeah, it's there, it's there, it's there. Man, I love this guitar. I gotta play it every night. It's just how it kind of happened with him and the 64. John, of course, also mentioned the guitar being used on Continuum, and that's the first time it was used on a record, and I really wish he would have dived into that a little bit more. Of course, we know Slow Dancing in a Burning Room is what he recorded with the 64, but I just wish he kind of would have elaborated and maybe gave us some more clues or insight as to what that guitar has actually been used on in the studio, not just for Continuum, but other records up until that point as well. Now, before we move on from 2014, there is one moment, one thing that happened that year that really would end up defining John's gear trajectory for the rest of his year, the gear that you associate with them, and the gear that he would use. This was just a very crazy moment, and it's very impactful in terms of the relationship between John and the 64 Stratocaster. On Twitter in 2014, John announced that he was parting ways with Fender, that he was no longer a Fender artist, and that his signature Stratocaster was no longer being produced. The tie with Fender was completely severed, and the 64 Stratocaster plays just an absolute massive role in what we all know was coming from that point on, and we're going to get to that in just a little bit. The next era we have to discuss is the search for everything, and like the Born and Raised in Paradise Valley era, the 64 Stratocaster was used heavily throughout the entire tour. And during this tour, the 64 Stratocaster, of course, being known at this point as the Slow Dancing in a Burning Room guitar, it also became known as the Helpless guitar. And Helpless, one of my favorite John tracks of all time, just sounds right on the 64 Stratocaster, and it's kind of led me to heavily theorize that that's actually the guitar that John used to at least record the main components of the song in the studio. He would consistently use that song for Helpless, and it just sounds so perfect. That third position for Helpless, you just can't beat it when it comes to the 64 Stratocaster. Another one of my favorite performances from the Search for Everything tour was from the O2 Arena in London, and John performed a song he rarely performs even with the trio set on the tour, and that was Good Love Is On The Way with the 64. And as I did mention with Helpless, the third position on that guitar just sounds incredible, and for Good Love Is On The Way, that was no exception either. It sounded absolutely brilliant in position 3 for Good Love Is On The Way. And it's kind of cool as well to see the 64 Strat start to make its way into a little bit of John Mayer Trio stuff. We do also have in 2016 for the Apollo Theater show, John using the 64 Stratocaster, of course, for Vultures during that performance. It's funny talking about that Apollo Theater John Mayer Trio performance, because in my mind as I was sitting here discussing it for the video, I was thinking, oh wait, there's rehearsal footage from that show as well that John had posted, and they did Who Did You Think I Was? But I remember he used a Strat, but in my mind I was like, it wasn't the black one he used, was it the 64? And then sure enough, I just went and checked, and the footage doesn't lie. So we get a really awesome look at Who'd You Think I Was? Not a real live performance, mind you, but just John had posted some footage of them testing out the song with the 64 Stratocaster during rehearsals for that show.
Let's see how it feels. Let's see how it feels.
Not only is that rehearsal footage just a really great look at John using the 64 for a trio song that you really wouldn't expect him to use it for, but also just a great listen to the tones that John was aiming for the Search for Everything tour as a whole, and that's going to bring us right back around to the 2017 Search for Everything tour.
Alright, so one update I want to make here to this Supercut in the 64 Strat portion of it is that during the Search for Everything tour, of course, John did debut the Silver Sky. It was debuted on April 9th in Boston. Now, basically, as we talk about the 64 Stratocaster, we know the Silver Sky was designed, at least initially, to be really based on some of John's favorite instruments, and the thing that always kind of came up was very kind of, you know, early Stratocasters thinking 63, 64, and the pickups being called the 635JMs very much indicate, you know, that is the sound they were going for, kind of being in between a 63 and a 65 Strat pickup. A lot of 64 kind of nods in there, which of course just great pinpoint to John's 64 Stratocaster. And then the neck shape of the Silver Sky as well, from the initial version at least, and we're really talking about the fundamental like release year of the Silver Sky here, was pretty much identical from what I know to John's 64 Stratocaster also. So the Silver Sky, when it first was released, kind of the prototypes that you see John playing here in Boston on the Search for Everything tour, and then the actual production version, very heavily inspired by his 64 Stratocaster. That guitar was for sure the main kind of template that they used in designing the Silver Sky. And then as the Silver Sky has evolved over the years, specs have changed, the pickups have been adjusted, the neck shape has been tweaked a little bit and things like that. So it's becoming obviously all of its own thing as well, but just it's important to think about when you think of the 64 Stratocaster to also kind of understand and appreciate the fact that this guitar was really the one that they looked to for the most inspiration when designing the Silver Sky. So that's a pretty cool thing here, and I just wanted to kind of reword how I had said it in the initial video and kind of make a little bit of a tweak there too. So one little update for you guys, but back to the video.
So the PRS Silver Sky is officially born, and for the remainder of the Search for Everything tour, John would be road testing prototypes of that guitar leading up to its official release in 2018. This then, of course, leads us on to what is one of my favorite eras of John's of all time for his lead tones, the 2019 World Tour. And one really cool thing that we see with John and the 64 Stratocaster at the rehearsals for the 2019 World Tour is that the 64 Stratocaster is the very first guitar that John used to perform I Guess I Just Feel Like live on. And much like the Born and Raised in Paradise Valley era, the 2019 World Tour featured so many incredible performances with the 64 Stratocaster. It's just hard to pick one to highlight in this video for you guys, but this is one of my favorite solos that John did for Slow Dancing and Burning Room during the 2019 World Tour. And if you're curious as to what pedals he used during this entire performance, I've done a full breakdown of all the pedals that you can see John stepping on very clearly in this footage on my channel. I'll card that video up above and link it in the description down below for you all to check out if you choose to. Now, the one thing about the 2019 World Tour that you might have different opinions on based on just your feel about the Silver Sky is that this is the very first tour where the Silver Sky was actually a thing, it being actually a fully produced guitar and model. And during the 2019 World Tour, we slowly saw Stratocasters get used less and less, and all of a sudden it was kind of a balance of what would John use for even a song like Slow Dancing and Burning Room. Would he perform it that night with a Silver Sky? Would he perform it with the 64? You just didn't know because the Silver Sky was getting used that often and that much. And this is really the tour where Stratocasters as a whole begun to get phased out. What is kind of crazy when you think about the 2019 World Tour is that during those final shows of that tour in October, I don't think a lot of us realized that at the time that would be the last time we'd actually see the 64 Strat and other Stratocasters for that matter in John's hands, at least until present day 2023 of me making this video. And I went back to those final dates of the 2019 World Tour, and I initially assumed that the 64 Stratocaster would probably have been used for Manchester on October 18th of that year, and it was not. I then went back to October 16th in Dublin, looked through the entire set list and footage. The guitar wasn't used during that performance either, and it wasn't even used night 2 in London at the O2 Arena on October 14th. The very last time we saw the 64 Strat in John's hands was for Slow Dancing in a Burning Room on October 13th, night 1 in London at the O2 Arena. I don't know, maybe it's just some unintentional foreshadowing from John in that the last 3 shows of that tour to close it out, we only saw the Silver Sky being used. No Strats at all were used for those typical Mayer sounds. Just kind of crazy when you think about it that he closes out that tour with just the Silver Sky, and that's kind of where we are present day. So of course this brings us to the Sob Rock Tour, and as I just mentioned, John puts down the Stratocasters in favor of the Silver Sky full time. The one interesting part about the Sob Rock Tour is that we know for a fact that John had both the Black One and the 64 Stratocaster with him during that tour. They just weren't used, but they were there with him backstage in the guitar racks, maybe him playing them backstage, but they were with him on the tour, at least for some shows. And that leads us up to present day, where the story of John Mayer's 64 Stratocaster has kind of taken a pause. I do hope and genuinely believe that one day we will return to some sort of equilibrium where both the Stratocasters, at least John's main Strats, and the Silver Sky coexist on stage, and you get some sort of mixture of modern tones with the Silver Sky and then the classic Mayer tones with the Black One, 64, maybe the Monterey and the Gold Leaf as well. But just At some point, I genuinely believe we will hit an equilibrium where both guitars coexist on stage, and John, even during the kind of launch and press of the Silver Skies release, said, this guitar is not meant to replace a Stratocaster, it's meant to coexist with one. I think was his exact words, coexist. And unfortunately right now, that's not a thing with John. It's just full on to the Silver Sky Live. As for the next time we will see the 64 Strat and just Stratocasters in general return to main stage use with John, it's of course impossible to really say, but if I had to kind of give any opinion of mine on the situation, I feel like the next tour for the next album will still be pretty much all, if not 100%, Silver Skies. I think after the next album and tour, that tour, we will probably see a somewhat return to a balanced equilibrium where both guitars do in fact coexist on stage and John is using both of them again. Right now he does seem to be all in on the PRS Silver Sky, and I think one tour is maybe too little of time for him to go back to bringing out Strats kind of full time again at least. So that's kind of my opinion, but we can hope that that equilibrium and balance is reached sooner. And that concludes the story of John Mayer's 64 Stratocaster. If you made it to the end of this video and enjoyed it, I would really appreciate you giving the video a thumbs up just for all my hard effort and to let you know that you enjoyed the video. This is going to be, I feel like, just an absolute long video, but I really genuinely do hope you learned something and enjoy just kind of having what we know about this guitar concise and kind of put together in one singular video. As well, if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, please consider doing so. That just lets me know I'm doing a good job with my content and that you guys want to see me continue on the channel essentially as it keeps growing. I also have done the same style of video, if you did like this one, around John Crew's Masterbuilt Sonic Blue Stratocaster. I'll link that video in the description down below as well. If you like this video, I'm sure you will love that one. Also, it just was really cool to talk about that guitar in the similar way as well, and that kind of inspired this video when you guys seem to really enjoy that one too. And if there are any other of John's guitars as well you'd like to see me make another video like those two on, please let me know in the comments down below. But seriously guys, I appreciate all of you again if you've stuck with me till the very end of what I assume is a very long video. So take care you guys, thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you on the next one. Today's video is all about the story of John Mayer's 1963 Fiesta Red Stratocaster. Everyone loves a Fiesta Red Strat, so I figured this would be a really cool guitar to highlight and tell the story of on the channel. We're going to take a look at the original listing of the guitar and when John bought it, go over some really awesome performances with this Strat, as well as discuss how this guitar might have just influenced the actual overall design of the PRS Silver Sky. And if at this point you're asking yourself, wait, John owned a 1963 Fiesta Red Strat? Then this video is definitely for you, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the story of John Mayer's 63 Fiesta Red Strat. Alright, so our story begins in 2017 at Emerald City Guitars. This is just as far back as we can go when it comes to this specific guitar. Now, what I've done for you guys is I've gone back through an internet archive and was able to find a saved version of the actual original listing of this guitar, and this saved version of the listing was from July 25th of 2017. Now, as far as when John actually purchased the guitar, it was sometime between July 28th, which was the very last post on social media that Emerald City Guitars made with this instrument, and August 3rd, which was the very first time we'd seen John playing the Fiesta Red Strat, which we'll get to in just a moment. But first, I just thought it'd be really cool to go over the actual original listing of this guitar, because it's not very often we actually get to see right from where John bought it from in the actual original listing. So we have a 1963 Fender Stratocaster, and the original ask of it was $54,995. As near as it makes no difference, 55 grand. Obviously, 1963 is the year. The condition was listed as very good, and it does come with the original hard shell case, which is very good to know. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't able to grab any of the other images from the listing from this archive version of it, just the kind of thumbnail version of the main image of the guitar. However, I do have the description that I can read for you guys, which is just very cool to see. So, 1963 Fender Stratocaster in an original custom color Fiesta Red. This gorgeous pre-CBS guitar is 100% original and in fantastic unaltered condition. The finish on this one has aged perfectly with the beautiful pinked out shade of Fiesta Red that everyone loves. The body and shows some heavier finish wear, but give the guitar so much vibe. The body and shows some heavier finish wear, but give the guitar so much vibe. Sorry, I just had a hard time reading that because it was... The body shows some heavier finish wear, but gives the guitar so much vibe is what I just assumed they were trying to say there. A fantastic player with a wonderful feeling neck. The pickups sound incredible and are strong and clear with that classic Strat glassiness. A very rare, beautiful instrument and killer player and collector's piece, includes original brown hard shell case. So really cool just to see them talking about the guitar, and obviously the main point here is that it's 100% original, unaltered, which is something that a collector like John, and with the means of being able to purchase guitars of the highest quality like John, he's going to want something that's all original. So that's really awesome to see, and just something I thought you guys would really enjoy, seeing that actual listing of the guitar. So Emerald City Guitars got this Fiesta Red Strat in some point in June of 2017, and as I already mentioned, it was sold to John between July 28th and August 3rd, just kind of the timeline of when things line up that it would have just made its way into John's possession. And of course, Emerald City Guitars being a very, very high-end, amazing store out of Seattle. If I ever go to Seattle, I definitely will visit these guys. A great place for John to actually look and buy a vintage Strat from, that's for sure. So the very first show we actually ever see John using, just look at it. It's beautiful. Everyone loves a Fiesta Red Strat. They literally say that right in the description. The very first time that John used the Fiesta Red Strat, the 63 Fiesta Red Strat, was during the 2017 World Tour on August 3rd, and it wasn't just any performance on August 3rd. It was the performance in San Antonio with Jimmy Vaughn. Jimmy Vaughn joining the John Mayer Trio in San Antonio was just a very special moment, and certainly a highlight of the 2017 World Tour as a whole. The dynamics and just the chemistry between Jimmy and John is just phenomenal. You can see it in that performance, and that performance is even just that little bit more special because John was debuting his newly bought 63 Fiesta Red Stratocaster, and in John's hands on stage, it just looks absolutely gorgeous. I think you guys can all agree with me on that point. Now, at the beginning of this video, I mentioned that you might have been going, well, wait, John owns a 63 Fiesta Red Stratocaster? And it's for a very good reason. While the public debut of this guitar in John's hands was on August 3rd, we only got a handful of shows after this date where John would actually perform with this guitar before it would just go back into the vault, and we haven't seen it again as far as I'm aware. And I've tried to find more shots and footage of John playing this guitar outside of the 2017 tour, the Search for Everything era. However, there really isn't a lot of footage at all of John with this guitar. A few highlight performances really all are from the John Mayer Trio kind of set list that John was performing in 2017. Dallas' performance is one in particular where Good Love Is On The Way gets performed, arguably my favorite trio song, and John chose to use the Fiesta Red Stratocaster for that performance. And for the performance of I Got a Woman in Dallas as well for that trio setlist, John would stick with the Fiesta Red Stratocaster. Another really cool performance of John with this guitar. And before that Dallas performance on August 5th, John actually took to Instagram and did a live stream, and the guitar he was playing was that 63 Fiesta Red Strat. It's a great live stream overall. He talks about the inspiration behind the riff of Edge of Desire, performs a little bit of I'm Going to Find Another You as well, but obviously the main takeaway here with this clip is that he's playing with the 63 Fiesta Red, and it's a good look at the guitar up close because a lot of the footage that I've been able to find, at least, you don't get to see a lot of the guitar, and this is just a bit of a better angle of it and kind of seeing it up close and personal with John holding it in this live stream.
Saturday, I'm going off to sound checks, plug this thing in on the big stage,
And in sticking with using this guitar with the John Mayer Trio around this time frame, John used it for Crossroads in Atlanta, Georgia on August 10th as well. And while it certainly seems like John preferred to use this Strat for the John Mayer Trio portion of the set list at this time, he did use it for a few different performances like Moving On and Getting Over in Tampa, as well as a handful of performances of Something Like Olivia. And this video isn't meant to document every single performance of John with this guitar, but these are a bunch of the ones that I've been able to find, and the vast majority of the ones I've personally been able to find. So if you guys know of any other performances of John with this guitar, please link them all down below so we can check them out. But these are the highlights and pretty much the vast majority of the ones that I was able to find in my research for you guys. Now when it comes to this 63 Fiesta Red Stratocaster, there's one other performance I'd like to highlight that John used the guitar for that was outside of the 2017 tour, and this was actually for the Radio City Music Hall performance with Dave Chappelle on August 17th of 2017, and unfortunately We have one image of John with the guitar, and no footage actually exists because of Dave Chappelle's no phones policy at all of his shows. So we just have no footage. I'm sorry, but that's the reality that we face when it comes to this performance with Dave Chappelle. So at this point in our story, we've covered the original listing and John purchasing this guitar, as well as some really amazing performances that John did with it during kind of August timeline in 2017 during the Search for Everything tour. Now, I personally believe that there is kind of an overarching why behind all of this. Now, in my opinion, I very strongly believe there is one very specific reason as to why John purchased this guitar. Sure, he collects vintage instruments, he loves vintage guitars, we know this. Anyone would love to have that Fiesta Red Stratocaster. It's absolutely gorgeous, and I'm sure it just plays absolutely incredibly. We're not questioning that at all. However, what else was John kind of experimenting with, road testing, and developing during the Search for Everything tour in 2017? Well, the PRS Silver Sky. And we know that the Silver Sky was primarily based around John's 64 Stratocaster. However, it was kind of the modernization of just vintage Stratocasters in general, not just specifically John's 64 Sunburst Strat, but guitars from 63 and 64 were really what it's based on. And in 2017, John just happens to go and purchase a all-original, very gorgeous version of a 63 Stratocaster in Fiesta Red. It just seems very coincidental, to me at least, that he'd buy that guitar, play it for a few shows, then put it in the vault, and that's kind of it. To me at least, in my opinion, I really believe that this guitar was a guitar that John purchased kind of with the intention of grabbing another really great example of a vintage Stratocaster to then help give him some idea and a real physical example of kind of what he was trying to go for and help him develop while he was road testing prototypes of the Silver Sky. That's at least personally what I think was going on here with the Fiesta Red. It just lines up a little too well in my opinion, and I think it's absolutely brilliant that he went and did that, because playing live is where he's going to get the absolute best kind of feel and real-time feedback on what he likes about the instrument, especially if he's aware that this is what he's doing. He goes and buys an all-original 63 Strat, plays it live, and while he's playing it and going out on stage with it, he's like, all right, what is it about these old vintage guitars that I really like? What is it about these guitars that I really connect with and makes me inspired to play and just have a lot of fun with on stage? So I think for me, if this is what he did at least, it was absolutely brilliant that we're going to go buy another guitar and let's just get some of its vibe and get some input from this guitar and help develop the Silver Sky to be the best instrument that we can make. That's what I believe they did, and I just think it's an absolute, really great move on their end. So while this guitar is just a gorgeous example of a vintage Fender Stratocaster and in a finish that everyone loves, everyone just loves Fiesta Red, to me there was more to this guitar, and that's really why I wanted to highlight it and tell the story of this guitar on the channel. It's not one that gets talked about, and for good reason, because John only performed with it a handful of times, and it, for a lot of people I believe, has kind of fallen under the radar as a guitar that most people don't even realize John performed with and owned. But like I said, everyone loves a vintage Fiesta Red Strat. It's just, they're fantastic and kind of the holy grail of guitars for a lot of people. So I wanted to highlight it on the channel for that reason and tell its story, but also because truly, in my opinion at least, this guitar had some sort of input in the development of the Silver Sky. We always talk about the 64 being the guitar that the Silver Sky really was conceptualized from and the main guitar in its development, which I believe to be true. But this really cool Fiesta Red Strat from 1963 I also do believe had some sort of input on. And it just makes the guitar even more important to the story and the development of the Silver Sky, and really where we are today as the Silver Sky's evolved on its own and become a lot more of its own thing. It's just where we are today, and with guys like Philip Sayce even playing the Silver Sky live, it's just part of its history, I feel like, and it's just something I thought would be really valuable, and because a lot of people don't even know about this guitar, just something really awesome to highlight for you guys. So I hope you enjoyed the story of John Mayer's 1963 Fiesta Red Stratocaster. I apologize that there's not really that much to it, but hopefully a very cool story for you all to hear regardless. If you enjoyed today's video, please give it a thumbs up and leave a comment down below. That just helps with the engagement on the video and helps my channel grow and develop. And if you've made it all the way to the end of this video and you enjoyed it, please do consider subscribing. You're going to get recommended my content no matter what. That's how YouTube works. However, as my subscriber count keeps going up, it just lets me know I'm doing a great job and helps my channel promote to other people who haven't quite seen my content just yet. So I always appreciate that. And as well in the comments, let me know down below if there are any other guitars of John's you'd like to see me do a video telling the story of, like this one. These are very fun videos to make, and so I'd always be down to kind of see what I can do in research and come up with another full story, as full of a story as I can at least make it, on different guitars of John's or another artist that I am influenced by, for example. So anyways, you guys, thanks so much for watching today's video. Take care, and we'll see you on the next one. When you think of John Mayer's Stratocasters, guitars that I'm sure come to mind are the black one, the 64 Sunburst, the Monterey, and even a guitar like the Gold Leaf Stratocaster that was pretty much exclusively used for vultures. Now, a Stratocaster that I'm sure doesn't really come up very often is John's Sonic Blue Stratocaster, and today's video is going to be dedicated to this very guitar, so sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy the story of John Mayer's Sonic Blue Strat. Now, I have to give a massive shout out to my friend Tommy, who helped me put together the information in today's video, and he is someone who actually owned one of the exact same Sonic Blue Stratocasters that John Mayer does. So he's kind of an expert on this guitar and the right person to chat with for the information to make sure we got everything kind of correct and lined up here. So Tommy, thanks so much for all the help. All of his socials will be linked in the description down below for you guys to go and check out if you don't know Tommy Guitars already. Now let's get right on into it. So what I think is first important to keep in mind here is that this guitar is not vintage. That's the first thing we have to clarify. It's actually a master-built guitar made by John Cruz. And to kind of give some background information on John Cruz and John Mayer's relationship, John Cruz first became a master builder at Fender in 2003. And in 2004, as John already had a relationship with the Fender Custom Shop, John Cruz and John Mayer got together and started work on what would become the Black One. Of course, John's most iconic Strat of all time. And the guitar was delivered to John in late 2004. And around this time as well, John Cruz was working on what would become his master designed pickups. And these pickups would actually be what would end up in these Sonic Blue Stratocasters. Fast forward to 2005, and John Cruz starts on a limited edition run of 100 guitars based on a 1962 Sonic Blue Stratocaster. And it's from this very run that John Mayer's Sonic Blue Stratocaster is from. And actually on Reverb right now, I have up on my screen here, there is one of these guitars for sale. Now, they were produced between 2005 and 2006. And in my notes here, the earliest serial number that Tommy found of one of these guitars that he at least knows of, again, as kind of the expert on this guitar, is JC235, which was from 9/16/05. And then we have this one, which is John Cruz serial number 445, being actually the latest serial number that we have of this guitar in 2006, of the run at least. Now again, I'll link this all in the description down below if you want to check out the specs and everything, all these images in finer detail. It comes with those John Cruz limited edition pickups in it. It's got a 9.5 radius, as some kind of things to highlight in terms of the specs of the guitar, but they are just a beautiful example of a relic Sonic Blue Stratocaster from the Fender Custom Shop. Now we have some interesting information in regards to John's specific guitar from this run. Now, as I mentioned, the earliest serial number that we know of in this run, being John Cruz 235, was from September 16th, 2005. And John debuted his Sonic Blue Strat on September 14th of 2005 at the House of Blues in Hollywood, California with the John Mayer Trio. And it kind of goes to reason based on these dates and when we know the guitars actually started to be finalized that John probably has one of the first, if not the very first guitar from this run. And based on his relationship with John Crews, it's highly likely that John Crews built the very first Sonic Blue Strat from this run with John Mayer in mind. And even when you look at his versus some of the examples that you can find that have sold online, the relic pattern is a bit different on his guitar versus the other ones that you could say the general public had access to. It's also worth noting that at this performance that John debuted the Sonic Blue Stratocaster, Ivan Neville also played it when he joined John on stage. And keep in mind, this was the 6th show of the 2005 John Mayer Trio Tour, so fairly early on in the run we see the Sonic Blue Stratocaster debuted. And one of the songs that you'd see the Sonic Blue Stratocaster performed on is Who Did You Think I Was?
Okay, I'm back with another just kind of update and tweak to this portion of the 62 Sonic Blue Stratocaster. When it comes to Who Did You Think I Was, what I've found that is really interesting is that in a lot of the photos we have from the John Mayer Trio era, based on where John's hands are and the Strat being in the neck pickup position, I believe that this guitar was used for Who Did You Think I Was actually quite frequently. There is only one small clip that we have of John actually playing Who Did You Think I Was with the Sonic Blue Stratocaster, so it's obvious here that he did use it for that song, but just based on these other images and stuff, I really heavily theorized that this guitar was used quite a bit for that song during this era. Now, where this footage of John playing Who Did You Think I Was is from September 21st of 2005, one of 2 nights that Try was recorded on. And the kind of funny thing here is that based on the audio we have and the footage we have of Who Did You Think I Was on September 21st, we know that the actual Try album version would have been the performance on the 22nd, because this isn't it. So now there's kind of a theory as to, well, this opens up the door really as to what guitar are we hearing for Who Did You Think I Was on the Try album. Of course, the other guitar that John really used for Who Did You Think I Was is the Try Stratocaster, but I kind of think it is very likely at this point that the Sonic Blue is actually what you hear for Who Did You Think I Was on Try, because if John used it the night before, I just feel like he probably would have been fairly consistent with what guitars he was using for those performances, but as I'm going to get into in just a little bit here, there is one area where I think he actually would have been inconsistent with the guitars he used for both nights. But let's just take a listen to this performance of John with the Sonic Blue Stratocaster performing Who Did You Think I Was?
However, what the Sonic Blue Stratocaster is most famous for is being the guitar that John would predominantly perform Gravity with during this era. The most famous performance and best footage we have of John performing Gravity with the Sonic Blue Stratocaster, of course, being the Bowery Ballroom performance on November 23rd, 2005 in New York City. That's the one that I'm sure most of you will know this guitar from. Now, I think it's really interesting that the Sonic Blue Strat was used for mainly gravity during the John Mayer Trio era, because we know the Black One had already been built and John had had it for quite a while, almost a full year at this time frame.
Alright, so talking about the Sonic Blue Strat and gravity, and of course now the Black One, what is also very interesting when it comes to the nights that Try was recorded on is that on the 22nd, we have footage of John performing Gravity with the Black One, one of the kind of rare instances where we've actually seen the Black One being used during the John Mayer Trio era. But this kind of leads into another debate amongst what you actually are hearing for the Try recording, but this time of Gravity, because the one night he used the Black One, what did he use on the 21st, which would have been the night that actually made it on the record? Me and a lot of my friends, my friend Tommy Guitars being one who's actually owned, as I mentioned, I believe earlier on in the video, actually owned one of these Sonic Blue John Cruz Strats. We've kind of all theorized that what you are hearing for Gravity on Try is actually not the Black One, but the Sonic Blue Strat, because that's the guitar that really was used for Gravity, from what we can tell at least, during the Trio era the most, the Sonic Blue Strat. So this is one of those instances where I think John was actually inconsistent with what he used from one night to the other, and it's actually the Sonic Blue Strat that you're hearing just sonically from the guitar. That's what it kind of sounds more like. It doesn't quite have the qualities of the Black One, in my opinion, to have actually been that guitar. Now, like I said, with Who Did You Think I Was, I think John was consistent, and that's what he used for the Try album performance. But then I also think this is what you are hearing for Gravity. But this is one of those things where we might not ever actually know with 100% certainty what guitars John was using, but it's fun to speculate, especially because of this guitar. I just, I got my Sonic Blue Strat behind me that is very much inspired by this very guitar. That's why I searched out a Sonic Blue Strat, one of the reasons why I searched one out. So kind of interesting when it comes to the Try album footage, and just something I wanted to kind of reword and talk about a little bit as well. But back to the video.
Before we move on from the John Mayer Trio era, there's one theory that I'd like to quickly bring up, and it's one that some of us have, knowing John and how he loves to use the guitars he wrote songs on live as well. And because John mainly used the Sonic Blue Strat for Gravity during the Trio era when the song was kind of born, there was a bit of a theory that Gravity, or at least part of it, might have been actually written on this John Cruz Sonic Blue Stratocaster. There's no way of knowing for 100% certainty without John actually confirming it, but a few of us kind of think that, well, if it's the guitar that he started using live for Gravity, kind of goes to reason that maybe there is something to that guitar and Gravity. There's a special connection that that song has to that Stratocaster. Just a cool theory that I wanted to mention before moving on to the Continuum recording sessions. And there was a really funny picture that John posted to his social media of him with his long hair smoking either a fake or a real cigarette, or just having one in his mouth for the sake of the funny photo. But this was taken during the Continuum recording sessions in what I believe would have been 2006. So we have confirmation that the Sonic Blue Strat was used in the studio during the recording sessions for Continuum. What it was used on or for, no idea. Again, does it come back around to maybe You hear it on parts of Gravity, even if not the main guitar, maybe some of the overdubs or other tracks. You hear this Sonic Blue Strat on Gravity on Continuum. Who knows, but I'm willing to bet that you hear this guitar at least one time on Continuum if we have a shot of John actually playing it in the studio during those sessions. As far as 2006 is concerned, there's one other thing I want to mention that Tommy actually brought up in regards to this Sonic Blue Stratocaster. And in 2006, John received his John Cruz master-built version of his signature Stratocaster in the charcoal frost metallic finish. And this guitar kind of became the Gravity guitar, at least temporarily. And the Sonic Blue Strat went away at this time that John received this new master-built John Cruz guitar. So it's worth noting, I think, too, that you kind of have this transitionary period where you have the Sonic Blue primarily being the guitar for Gravity, then that John Cruz Charcoal Frost Metallic Strat comes in for Gravity, and then is eventually just replaced for the black one pretty much going forward until the Silver Skies become a thing again. Kind of being a main theme here as well with the Strats, and then of course the Silver Skies kind of kicking them off stage, at least for the Sob Rock tour. You don't really see any Strats at all. Now, it's at this point here that the John Mayer Trio era has concluded and Continuum has been recorded and released. And you're probably thinking, well, that's kind of all she wrote as far as John Mayer and this John Cruz Sonic Blue Stratocaster. But it's not. There is this image I'm going to throw up on your screen right now of John playing the exact same Sonic Blue Stratocaster during the Born and Raised tour. And we know it's the exact same Stratocaster because there is one very specific relic kind of nick done to the paint of the guitar between the pickguard and the input jack that is consistent on every shot we have of this guitar, indicating that based on the relic pattern alone, that this is the exact same guitar. Now, this was taken at the Brooklyn show during the Born and Raised tour on December 17th of 2013, the very last show of this North American leg. And I have some footage of John playing the guitar. It is by no means the best at all, but I ended up going through the set list of that night and then what songs John could play on electric until I just finally found footage of him using it for something like Olivia. And it's very worth noting here that between the Continuum recording sessions and this performance in 2013, from what I know of, we have not seen John use this John Cruz Sonic Blue Stratocaster at all. All the photos I have of John using it during that tour are from this performance at the Barclays Center. We have no other footage, no other video of John using it on the Born and Raised Paradise Valley tours. It's possible he did, and I just haven't found it, but all the time and effort I put into trying to find any more footage or shots of it has come up empty-handed. So I truly believe that this is just a very weird occurrence of John using this guitar in 2013. Now, I wish I had a reason for you guys as to why John brought this guitar out from the vault and performed with it at the very last show of the leg in 2013, but we don't. And it's kind of weird as well that it was used for something like Levy. You'd maybe think that for even old time's sake, John would perform Gravity with it for the show, but something like Olivia, which is kind of a weird choice, but it kind of seems like that was a song that John was maybe experimenting with different guitars, as he used a few different guitars throughout the Born and Raised Paradise Valley era for that specific song. But yeah, very interesting that we have these awesome shots of John from that era using this guitar. And since then, again, it's been in the vault, and I don't really think we have a high chance of seeing this guitar return to John's use, unless maybe he does a full-on John Mayer Trio only tour and brings out a bunch of guitars that he used from that era to kind of revert back to the sound. And if you think of the John Mayer Trio show that happened earlier on in 2023 here, where John kind of brought out a very similar rig as to the one he used back with the John Mayer Trio and the Monterey Stratocaster returning, it's not completely within the realm of possibility, I guess, or not being in the realm of possibility, rather, that we could see this guitar returning, but I think it is extremely unlikely. But it's a really cool guitar that is just not talked about very often when you think of John and Stratocasters, and I thought it'd be kind of cool to put together what we know of with this guitar and John's use, especially when I stumbled upon the shots of John using it in 2013. I was blown away when I saw those photos, and I went, oh my goodness, wait, I totally thought too it was just used during the trio era and that was it. But then that kind of opened up this whole discussion around this guitar, and that's where the idea for this video really kind of came out. So you guys, I hope you enjoyed today's video. Let me know your thoughts on this guitar as well, if you think, or what you think of the tones of this guitar during the Tri era from the Bowery Ballroom performance versus the Black One on the Troy. That could be a really cool comparison, but with the way copyright works on YouTube, I probably won't be able to make that video. So go give the two of them a listen back to back and let me know your thoughts on the different tones between the two guitars, as the rest of the rig pretty much stays identical. So it's the best comparison of the two that we have, both being of course master built by John Cruz as well. But you guys, thanks so much for watching today's video. It was a fun one and something different, and just kind of cool to bring up again just a different guitar that you don't really hear discussed or talked of when it comes to John Mayer's guitar history. Until the next time, you guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Subscribe if you stuck with me all the way to the end. I think I've earned that at this point. You're going to get recommended my content no matter what. That's just the way YouTube works. But the subscription helps me out, lets me know I'm doing a good job when I keep seeing that number growing, and helps the channel grow to new people who haven't seen any of my content as well. So guys, again, thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate you all. Take care, and we'll see you on the next one.
When you think of the quintessential John Mayer tone, of course you'd think of a Fender Stratocaster or a PRS Silver Sky for that matter in John's hands. However, I think some of John's best tones ever have been actually when there is a Gibson in his hands, in particular his Gibson ES335. And in today's video, I'll be telling the story of John Mayer's Gibson ES335, some of the history of the guitar with John actually purchasing it, the earliest performances with it, and of course the very last time we've seen that guitar in his hands, all while listening to some incredible performances with that guitar in John's hands. So I hope you enjoy the story of John Mayer's Gibson ES335. Alright, now in order for us to properly talk about John's guitar, we actually have to go back and talk about one of his biggest influences of all, Eric Clapton, and of course the most famous Gibson ES335 of all, Eric Clapton's 1964 335. This guitar, of course, Eric Clapton used for a very large portion of his career, and in 2004, on June 24th, it actually sold at auction through Crossroads Guitar Auctions by Eric Clapton himself. Now, you're taking a look at the actual listing here, and it's pretty funny to think that a guitar that was just so synonymous with Eric Clapton, so famous, actually sold. A guitar like this, David Gilmour's Black Strat as well being another one that comes to mind, being just these incredible guitars that the artists actually sell, but this one was one of them. And I laugh because it was estimated to sell for between 60,000 and 80,000 US back in 2004. But it didn't sell for that. It didn't sell for anywhere near that. It sold for $847,000 and $500 as well. Now that is, as near as makes no difference, about $1.5 million in today's money using an inflation calculator. So this guitar sold for an absolute absurd amount of money. And the person, or rather company that actually purchased it, was Guitar Center. They actually are the ones who purchased this guitar, and as you can probably assume what happened, Guitar Center actually replicated Eric Clapton's 335.
Foley, you're Director of Special Projects at Gibson. Please tell us how the guitar came to fruition.
In the case of this, the Eric Clapton guitar, it was an idea that I had brought to the custom shop of doing an Eric Clapton signature guitar based on one of two guitars, either the SG or the 335. The 335 seemed to be the way to go, especially considering the auction of the guitar coming up. And actually it was Eric's choice. Eric felt more comfortable doing a reproduction of the 335, I think mainly because the guitar still exists and it's something that he had used up until very recently.
And of course the bidding got really intense. After the $500,000 point, it settled down a little bit, and we were really concerned that someone else would get the guitar. However, there was a slight pause before the hammer came down and we actually took possession of it, and we really couldn't believe that we actually were able to get the winning bid on the guitar. We were very excited, and Lee Dixon, Eric's tech, came down and congratulated us, and I know that this guitar meant a lot to Eric and to Lee, and it was, I think, the fact that Eric gave this guitar up in such a way that he did to support his foundation, Crossroads, that we just cherished that moment, and we still do.
So with the auction closing on June 24th of 2004, Guitar Center then partnered up with Gibson Guitars to produce a very limited run of replicas of Eric Clapton's 64 ES 335. Now, the custom shop recreated in the most absurd degree of detail 250 versions of this guitar. Now, the guitar that John Mayer, if you guys haven't been already to figure out by me bringing up this Gibson Custom Shop limited run of Eric Clapton's, is one of these guitars. It's not vintage, it's not just a run-of-the-mill custom shop ES335, it is one of these 250 guitars. So now we fast forward to the beginning of August in 2005, and a very kind gentleman by the name of Stephen Decker had reached out to me a little while ago to share in the story of how he worked at Guitar Center in the early 2000s and just, in fact, sold John his Crossroads 335, and now is the perfect time to share some of Stephen's story. So Stephen, thank you so much for reaching out to me and sharing the story of how John actually got his 335, and it's pretty interesting. So Stephen, his wife, and a few friends were at a blues gig in West Hollywood at the beginning of August of 2005, and John Mayer actually joined this band on stage to perform some blues as kind of a surprise guest for their second set of the night. He recalls being blown away by how John could play Stevie Ray Vaughan and blues guitar, and he at the time thought, you know, not a lot of people obviously knew that he really could play guitar quite like that. He was still, at the time, pretty well known for being the guy who wrote Your Body's a Wonderland and Daughters, of course. The John Mayer Trio wasn't a thing just yet. So as him and his wife were leaving, they actually see John loading up his gear in his vehicle parked outside of the venue, and they just went up to him and said, hey, you sounded great, and we're actually chit-chatting with John a little bit, and Stephen had asked, what guitar were you playing? Is it vintage or what is it? And John opens up his bag and pulls out the black one. Of course, Stephen at the time didn't know how just synonymous that guitar would become with John, and how huge in the guitar space John would actually become as well, and how many people he would inspire to pick up and play the guitar. Through their conversation, Stephen and John both realized they knew some of the same people, especially ones who had helped John at other guitar centers to pick up some gear, and Stephen then asked John if he knew about the upcoming and unannounced Crossroads 335 Eric Clapton edition, to which John responded no, but placed an order for me for one of them. So after they parted ways, Stephen contacted the Hollywood Guitar Center, who had frequently dealt with John, and they got him kind of in contact with John to actually place the order, as he would be the one to kind of fulfill that deal since he had sold that guitar to John. Then, when the guitar came in, at this point I don't have an exact date, but I'm going to assume the very end of August or early September of 2005, the guitar arrived in, and Stephen actually hand-delivered the guitar to John at the Village Studio in Hollywood, and John brought him in, toured the studio. Stephen recalls seeing the black one, the gold leaf, the Monterey, Stratocaster, to name a few very famous John Mayer guitars. He saw some Dumbles in the room as well, and chatted with John for a little bit, who even allowed him to play some of the gear briefly, and he ended up delivering John the Crossroads 335 serial number 3. Now at this point here, you probably think the story of John purchasing the Crossroads 335 is done. Stephen's hand-delivered it, and this is the guitar that John has been playing ever since. But it gets a little bit more interesting here. A few months later, still in 2005, Stephen would actually bump into John again, and they'd talk about that very guitar, as John remembered, hey, you sold me the Crossroads 335. John would go and mention, of course, Stephen's paraphrasing his conversation with John, that John said the guitar didn't play quite right, but as it was serial number 3, he went and got Eric Clapton to sign it and still owned it as part of his collection, but he had gone out on eBay of all places and bought another example of the very guitar, and that was the one he was actually playing. So as far as we know, John owns 2 Eric Clapton Crossroads 335 guitars, the second one being the one he's been playing live.
Mama
So again, a massive shout out to Steven for sharing this story with me. It was really awesome to hear, and I'm glad I'm finally able to actually share it with you guys as well in kind of a mini documentary about John's specific example of the Crossroads 335. So we're in 2005 now, and of course, what else happens in 2005 but the John Mayer Trio? And this is where we first see John with the Crossroads 335. However, what is kind of interesting here now, and I want to point out as a result of Steven's story, we don't know for certain if the Crossroads 335 that John was playing with the John Mayer Trio was the first version, serial number 3, or the second version. I'm not sure exactly when John had actually purchased the second version. So if some John Mayer Trio shows he was actually playing the first version and then he gets the new one in and then that's what he's been using ever since. So there's a bit of kind of, you know, something just to mention here in terms of I don't know for certain what version we're seeing. It's the same guitar, but there just was two, and I want to kind of clarify that. There could be some potential crossover where live John was using the first one before he got the second one that would have been the one he's been playing kind of since then in 2005. And now the reason why with Steven's story I was kind of able to help fill in some of the dates as it was so long ago is because the very first time we see John with a Crossroads 335 was at the Portland, Oregon show in 2005 with the John Mayer Trio, the third John Mayer Trio show ever. And the reason why I say this is the very first time is because we have no footage or photos from any performance before that. So the earliest at least we can pinpoint was on September 8th, John had at least one version of the Crossroads 335. Shout out to my friend Joshua Bryant as well, who has shared these amazing trio show photos that he took way back in the day, some of the best trio show photos and pics we've ever gotten. But here in this one shot, you can see John with the Crossroads 335, and this guitar from then on kind of became one of the main guitars in his repertoire.
Did you ever see the time?
Now for the John Mayer Trio era, the Crossroads 335 would be used for actually quite a few songs. John would perform Every Day I Have the Blues with it, he'd perform Try, he'd perform Out of My Mind as well. So in terms of the John Mayer Trio era, this guitar was heavily used and John was clearly enjoying it, hence why I think it was probably sooner than later that he actually got the second version of the guitar, because if it wasn't playing well, I don't think we would have seen it be used by him as much as it actually was during this era. So I think most of these performances, if not almost all of them, would have been in fact the second version of the Crossroads 335 that John had purchased. And now of course let's take a listen to John with the Crossroads 335 during the John Mayer Trio era.
Give me the roll there. Give me the roll there.
Now this brings us into 2006 and of course the Continuum era, and the Crossroads 335 started to see a bit less use than John was using it during the John Mayer Trio era. Now the Crossroads 335 was predominantly used for performances of I'm Going to Find Another You. There's the Webster Hall performance of it at the Continuum release show with a really cool jam that occurred before that never really ended up winding on the final version of that performance that was aired.
I don't remember that stuff. I can't remember how the song goes now, but I will surely learn it for the cold winter months. All right, hold on. How many of you guys like blues music? But my question is, if so many of you like blues music, why isn't there enough blues music going around, you know? There's a lot of music in the world, and it's cool, and there's room for everything. There's room for everything, right? But what I can't understand is how, when you hear blues music, you can't react to it. Who can't react to it? I mean, who can't react to, like... I don't care if you're like... I don't care if you're like Beyonce or AFI or the System of a Down, or it doesn't matter. When it's blues music, it's just, if you're a human being, you get it, right? Well, you get my point. All right, check it out.
But during the Continuum tour as well in 2007, John was really experimenting with different guitars for I'm Going to Find Another You. He was using a Gibson Les Paul for performances of that song. He was using the Gibson L5 and a few others as well. And I really think part of the reason why the Crossroads 335 isn't quite as thought of when it comes to John's guitars and his guitar tones is because for Where the Light Is, we didn't see the Crossroads 335 used at all. We have Out of My Mind, which John used the black one for that performance instead of the Crossroads 335, and for I'm Going to Find Another You, he used the Gibson L5 over that guitar as well, which in my opinion is kind of a shame. It would have been really cool, especially for Out of My Mind, to have gotten the Crossroads guitar instead of the black one, which was heavily featured for Where the Light Is, just to change things up a little bit. And I think having that guitar on Where the Light Is just would have kind of propelled it to being a bit more kind of a famous guitar in John's repertoire, to say the least, because that is the quintessential John Mayer performance and kind of the tones that everyone references, obviously, right? So the fact that that guitar was absent, I think kind of is part of the reason why it's not quite as thought of when it comes to John's guitars over the years. moving along into the battle studies era, and the Crossroads 335 would continue to get used by John live, but this time it would be for performances of Ain't No Sunshine and Crossroads. Now the 335 wasn't the guitar that John used in the studio for Crossroads, that was his master-built Jeff Beck signature Stratocaster, but live the Crossroads 335 was used quite a bit for performances of that song too, and I think it really does a great job with the tones, the kind of finger picking that John does with the Pete Cornish NG2. The tones with this guitar for Crossroads are arguably my favorite. Now, arguably the most famous performance of John with the Crossroads 335, well, was during the Crossroads Festival in 2010 for a performance of Ain't No Sunshine. The tone from this performance is absolutely incredible, and it's one of the few times John actually used the carbon copy live over the Way Huge Aquapus Mark I. In case you're curious about the tones, it was a TS10 Klon Centaur carbon copy as well to create those tones with the Crossroads 335. The Crossroads Festival is just one performance I know I'm not going to be able to play for you guys. Unfortunately, it's just going to get the entire video struck down and not be able to be viewed by anyone. So I'm going to just substitute a different version of that song being performed by John, of course, with the Crossroads 335. Now, when it comes to the born and raised in Paradise Valley era, the Crossroads 335 is just a guitar that really fell out of the rotation of guitars John was bringing with him on tour. For songs like I'm Going to Find Another You, for example, he just was favoring other guitars, even like his Guild M75 we see him using. This one clip you're watching is going to be from the Amsterdam show in 2014. So it's just a guitar that John just really didn't play, except for December of 2013. John would cover Please Come Home for Christmas a few times near the end of 2013, and the guitar he would use was actually the Crossroads 335, and of course it sounded really great for this kind of bluesy rendition with the song and everything. The tone too from the Born and Raised in Paradise Valley eras is a lot of people's favorites, so to get to hear the Crossroads 335 even just a little bit in John's hands through the rest of that rig is pretty special. And of course we're going to take a listen to John soloing for Please Come Home for Christmas.
Please come home for Christmas. It's not for Christmas. For who is that?
So now we fast forward to the Search for Everything World Tour, and the Crossroads 335 would finally return for only a few performances from what, again, I'm able to tell in the research that I have done. There's this really cool Johnny B. Goode performance, which was kind of a Chuck Berry tribute that John did on April 9th, 2017 in Boston with the Crossroads 335, and as you guys are about to hear, it was pretty cool. On April 15th, 2017 as well, John did a pretty cool jam with the Crossroads 335, and there's some really great footage that we have here too that I definitely want to add into this story. So let's take a listen to a bit of this jam with the John Mayer Trio setlist portion of the Search for Everything tour. And it's worth noting too that the Crossroads 335, from everything I've been able to tell, only appeared during the John Mayer Trio portion of the set list for the Search for Everything tour. It wasn't used for any other kind of performances or songs that were outside of the trio portion of the evenings. And on April 15th of 2017, there's this really cool jam that John did with the trio with the Crossroads 335, and it's some incredible footage too. So let's take a bit of a listen to this performance as well. And kind of the main song that John seemed to perform with the Crossroads 335 during the trio portion of the Search for Everything tour was when he covered Ain't No Sunshine. And the very last time, actually at the time of me making this video in November of 2024, that John has used the Crossroads 335 live that I can pinpoint is on May 4th of 2017 in Amsterdam at the Ziggo Dome for a performance of Ain't No Sunshine. So let's take a listen now to this one.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. This house just ain't no home. Anytime that she goes away, all I can
So pretty cool to see the history of this guitar, learn some of the story of John actually purchasing 2 examples of this guitar as well. Of course, Eric Clapton being one of John's biggest influences, it makes total sense that he would use a Crossroads 335 example live to kind of, channel his inner Eric Clapton a little bit in terms of the guitar he's playing, not just his phrasing and playing style and even the tones. And honestly, it's kind of crazy to even think that John has completely stopped using his Crossroads 335 or any Gibson pretty much for that matter. During the Search for Everything tour as well, of course, John debuted the PRS Silver Sky and actually road testing a few different prototypes during this time point. But also he seemed to have gotten a custom 594 built for him by PRS as well. It was in this red finish and it had just a little bit of differences between what would appear to be a standard 594. Like the switch selector was actually not on the top horn. It was down below in place of the one volume knob. So kind of interesting that John seemed to be working on a bit of a 594 style guitar with PRS as well. Of course, then he would go on to use the platinum finished, kind of more standard 594 that we know John has really loved ever since it was built, with the custom 5815 JM pickups in it as well. Honey being a guitar that John was using a lot of as well. But those 594 style guitars from PRS really became John's kind of main humbucker guitar of choice, opting to use that over the actual Gibson Les Paul SG that John was using for Edge of Desire, over the Crossroads 335, and any other humbucker guitar as well. They basically became his new go-to, replacing these other Gibson guitars. And that's exactly what happened during the Search for Everything tour. That red 594 really replaced the Crossroads 335 and kind of a lot of other guitars as well, to be honest. It just took over and John was using that guitar a ton for that tour. For me personally, I definitely do prefer the 335 over the 594s, or would kind of prefer to see a bit of a balance in John's hands of some of the PRSs for some maybe more modern stuff, but then for some more bluesy stuff, John actually brings back out the Crossroads 335. That would be a little bit more interesting in my opinion. The 594s are great guitars, but the Crossroads 335, that style of guitar, just has so much mojo, especially considering the history of John with that guitar being through him for the Continuum era, the actual John Mayer Trio era as well. Some really incredible performances earlier on in John's career that this guitar was a part of. It just has that history and vibe that the 594s, although they're great guitars and sound fantastic, they just don't quite have that mojo built into them. So I'd love to see this guitar actually return to John's hands at some point in some capacity. We can hope at this point, but really now, 2017, that May 4th performance, Ain't No Sunshine, the last time John's actually used the Crossroads 335. So I hope you guys enjoyed the story of John Mayer's Gibson Crossroads 335. Actually, getting a bit of a story and some insight into John purchasing the guitar, listening to some really phenomenal performances as well. Kind of some history of John with that guitar as well. I hope you guys really did enjoy the story. If there are other guitars of John's you guys want to see me do kind of a more little mini documentary on and retelling kind of the story of, or telling the story of that guitar, let me know as always in the comments down below. Shout out to Steven again as well for sharing the story of John actually purchasing the guitar off of him. I really appreciate hearing that and I'm excited to have been able to share that with you guys. And until the next video, you guys, thank you so much for watching. Take care, and I'll see you on the next one.
If you are a Dead & Company fan, odds are you know John Mayer's custom 594 that he has named Honey. This is certainly a fan favorite guitar for Dead & Company fans and John Mayer fans as well. This custom 594 really is a special guitar that John has been using over the years, and I thought, why not tell the story of this guitar today in this video for you guys? So sit back and relax and let's go over the story of Honey. So our story begins May 26th of 2019, and John does an Instagram live from his kitchen actually, and we see him playing Honey, and I'll play a little bit of the clip for you guys the very first time we see John with this guitar.
Or if I play the lick. Oh. Is that the lick?
interesting? Like the black shirt looks like my hand's just kind of appearing there. You know what I realized I do on the guitar though? Is I don't do that. It's a very three-dimensional. It's not this. It's very 3D. It's working in all.
Now you might be thinking after watching that clip, well, hang on a second, that doesn't look anything like Honey. And you're right, it doesn't. This was the pre-modified version of the guitar back when it was just a standard McCarty 594 that John was playing. But we know because of the actual pattern in the body of this specific guitar, it is the exact same guitar that would later be transformed into Honey. So kind of cool, we actually see John with the guitar right before the modifications occurred. Now what's pretty crazy though is that this Instagram Live was May 26th, right? Fast forward to May 31st, not even a full week later, and we see John performing with Dead & Company at the Shoreline Amphitheater. And we see what we can call the Mark I version of Honey. This guitar has now been transformed into the earliest kind of version of Honey. That's why I'm just calling it the Mark I version. The middle pickup has been added to the guitar, and the neck tone pickup knob has now been replaced with a little toggle switch. That's the earliest incarnation that we know Honey to have been transformed to. And it occurred in the 4 whole days between that Instagram Live in the evening and then the Shoreline performance. So I guess they had like 4.5 days to really make that transformation of the guitar. So maybe John playing that guitar during that Instagram Live was kind of like him being like, all right, this is the last time I'm playing it before. We're going to try and experiment with this thing because I'm really enjoying this guitar. It's just pretty cool to actually see the guitar right before it was transformed, and then 4 days later, 5 days later, okay, here we have it. Now, one thing that's also worth noting here with the pickups is that John does have his own custom version of the 5815s. It's impossible to say whether or not he's using those in this guitar, the same ones that he has in his Platinum McCarty 594, if he's using those in this, if they're something else custom wound for him, or one of the standard configuration of pickups and just another one added in the middle. Unfortunately, it's rather impossible to say, but I'd probably lean towards maybe them being those custom wound pickups for John and Honey as well. So this is leading us into the summer of 2019, and Honey really becomes John's favorite guitar, it seems, to use with Dead & Company at this point. But also in 2019, we have the 2019 World Tour. John was busy that year, touring with both Dead & Company and with his own band. Now, during the 2019 World Tour, transitioning here, leg 2, which was the North American leg during the summer, we actually saw Honey take the stage a few times, and a really cool performance is this one of Fire on the Mountain. But as you guys are seeing here, Honey's being used on July 20th in Providence during John's own tour for Fire on the Mountain. So just really cool to see how the guitar is transitioning into his own kind of mainline tour and gear arsenal as well. It just means John is really enjoying the guitar. And it wasn't just Grateful Dead covers during the 2019 World Tour that John was using Honey for as well. For one example, we have Albany on July 19th, the day actually before that Providence show with Fire on the Mountain. He used it for If I Ever Get Around to Living. more example that I just have to share with you guys is from July 25th at Madison Square Garden during the 2019 World Tour, and John would use Honey for Edge of Desire, and that is a huge song for this guitar to actually be used on. Normally John would use the Platinum McCartney 594 instead, but Honey actually got used for this performance. So you're not just hearing something like If, and not to say If I Ever Get Around to Living isn't a crazy song to be using that for, but it's not, you know, one of those songs on a nightly, you know, in the set list that people go absolutely crazy for, where John's very much like, all right, like, I'm not just kind of jamming to If I Ever Get Around to Living while Isaiah's soloing. No. He's going to use it for Edge of Desire, and as you can expect, it sounds absolutely incredible. Now it's at this point here, let's fast forward into the Fall Dead & Company tour of 2019, and Honey Mark II now is formed. And both tone knobs this time are gone in favor of a second toggle switch. So we have both volume knobs actually remaining, and then those two switches where the tone knobs were. The earliest we can pinpoint this change was Madison Square Garden Night 2 on November 1st, that we see Honey Mark II actually take the stage. And Honey Mark II is where Honey would actually stay. That's the final kind of format of it. But because we have three kind of distinct phases of the guitar, that's why I'm classifying them in that way, where we have the original version when it was a standard guitar, then the first edition we saw in the summer, and then the fall version of the guitar that would then stay in its entirety. So Mark II is where Honey currently still lives, at least as far as we know and as far as we've seen. Now, we're going to fast forward a little bit here into 2022. And December of 2022, a PRS dealership got a really interesting guitar, and I remember seeing this guitar show up online, or someone sent it to me, whatever, and I thought, okay, this is really interesting. It was a private stock 594, but in the Honey spec. And I was initially really surprised that PRS would even make a version of Honey that a store could order. And basically, talking with the owner of the guitar, what happened is that high-end guitar was the #1 seller of private stock guitars in 2021. So they were given a special order to celebrate being the #1 seller of those private stocks, and they chose a Honey spec private stock 594. So when this first kind of came out, I was like, okay, maybe because this was for, you know, being the #1 seller of private stock guitars, they are being allowed to make a Honey 594 from the private stock. Maybe, you know, they got special permission from John to actually make this guitar. And I kind of thought, okay, because everyone was asking for John to make a signature version of the 594, whether it was that platinum finish one with the custom pickups or Honey. People were just like, give us a John Mayer signature PRS 594. And I'm still, to this day, very surprised that PRS and John haven't made this happen, because it would be awesome. But then just a few weeks ago, actually, as in 2024, me making this video, another shot of a Honey spec 594 was taken and posted to PRS's Instagram from the factory. So now I'm not sure if you can actually just order a private stock 594 and that's just something you can do. If it is, that's really cool. But I think I speak for all of us when I say, just give us a John Mayer signature 594 with his custom specification of pickups, and then you can either do the platinum version or maybe the Honey version. And those are just two different specs of the same guitar. Now, one other thing I want to add in terms of 2022 is that Honey was played a little bit during the Sob Rock tour. It's incredibly minor. This example here is If I Ever Get Around to Living at the State Farm Arena, Atlanta on April 9th of 2022. What they kind of did in this version, and I think some of the other versions as well, is they tease Here Comes the Sunshine by the Grateful Dead. So maybe that's also why in certain examples, If I Ever Get Around to Living is one that John actually picks up Honey during his own tour, because he's channeling a bit more of that Dead & Company, Grateful Dead, Jerry Garcia kind of playing. So maybe it makes sense in that regard as to why we see Honey, not always, obviously, but sometimes kind of shows up for if I ever get around to living. So just another example I wanted to highlight and didn't want to leave out a example that John actually used this guitar during the sob rock era, but again, it wasn't a ton. But maybe the time has come and gone, at least for a Honey John Mayer signature PRS, because as far as I've been able to find, the last time that I've seen John holding Honey and playing it live was at the Greek Theater in Los Angeles with Bob Weir and the Wolf Brothers on October 25th of 2022. This performance that you're seeing here, 2 years ago now, pretty much, is the last time I've actually seen John holding Honey. I've gone through and watched a ton of Dead & Company footage on their final tour. I've done and watched a ton of footage from the Sphere. And, well, we've seen Honey in place of like a backup, for example, during the final tour of Dead & Company in 2023. It was on the stage in a, stand, but John never actually played it. The last time was this performance where he joined Bob Weir at the Greek Theater. And while it is true that on the final tour, Honey was seen as a backup on stage but never used, and then during the Sphere residency, it wasn't used at all either. You would just see a shot of it in the rack. It was there, but John never used it. Dead & Company did play one show on May 6th in New Orleans at the Jazz Festival, and John did play Honey at this performance, which it was one I just initially overlooked when I made the first version of the story of Honey, because it was kind of a one-off show that they did before the actual final tour started. And based on just the not great footage I've been able to find of John playing it in like 1 or 2 photos online, it doesn't look like it was used a lot at all. But factually speaking, this is the very last time that we saw John actually playing Honey, May 6th, New Orleans Jazz Festival. So just one small correction there to the timeline, just to make sure everything is as accurate as possible. And going through and trying to find footage of John actually playing Honey in 2023 or 2024 for that matter really made me realize just how all in John went with the Dead Spec Silver Sky. I knew he had played that guitar pretty much the entirety of the final Dead & Company tour, but I just didn't realize exactly how much until I tried to find footage of him playing Honey. There were some exceptions, like he played the Charvel for a couple of songs, like not very often at all. It was 98% the Dead Spec Silver Sky. So the fact that Honey was just there as a backup for that guitar just shows that transition even in the sound that John was going for with Dead & Company, with the Super Eagle 1, the Super Eagle 2. Then you have Honey. Then you transition into John mainly using the Dead Spec Silver Sky. And then when it comes to the Sphere residency in 2024, we wouldn't see Honey at all, but John would still opt to use a humbucker 594, going mainly back to that platinum metallic finish 594 that we've mentioned a few times, and I've done a video discussing John's tone at the Sphere with that specific guitar. But kind of interesting that Honey was that guitar with Dead & Company for humbuckers, a 594 with humbuckers that had 3 of them. And then you'd think that that would kind of be the guitar John would go back to for something like the Sphere residency, but instead he goes back to the Platinum 594. So I guess that's kind of his favorite sounding and probably favorite playing 594, again, currently at this point.
Now, as far as the Sphere residency is concerned, the one other thing we can mention is that there is a shot of the guitar racks that John had behind the stage, backstage, and one guitar really does look like it's Honey in there. It's hard to tell, but it looks like that might be Honey in the guitar rack. So I think it's a very strong possibility that John did have that guitar with him during the Sphere residency, but it never got used. So it's there. It's, you know, it's not being totally left behind at this point, but he's definitely not using it. So that essentially concludes the story of Honey. There's not that actual much to talk about. In 2019, this guitar was, you know, the guitar pretty much for that tour. Well, I remember back then, you know, being really excited with the tours going on. Everyone was talking about the mock sand satin finish Silver Sky. That was a huge thing. And then Honey. Those were kind of the two big ones. And then the maple Silver Sky as well, like John teased too. But, you know, mainly those two guitars were kind of all the talk for the 2019 World Tour. And it's kind of funny now to go back and make this video and realize how little of Honey we've actually seen over the past 2 years. And maybe this guitar that just will come back, you know, it's possible. John's put guitars away back in the vault for a while and then brought them back out. Who knows? Or maybe, just maybe, if Dead & Company kind of keeps going on and doing residencies or things like that, I know they're definitely winding down, maybe John will develop some sort of actual Super Eagle 3. Do I think that's likely though? Probably not. I think that whole entire kind of time has come and gone, but just kind of cool to see Honey's role in John's career, and I hope you guys did enjoy the story of Honey. If there are any other guitars you want to see me cover in these kind of story documentary videos like this, let me know in the comments down below. Take care, and we'll see you guys on the next video.
Today's video is dedicated to John Mayer's original #1 guitar, one of the earliest guitars we'd ever seen using in his career, and really the guitar that set up the foundation for his signature instrument and really, you know, kind of embraced his biggest inspiration growing up and of course to present day as well. Of course, we are talking about John's 1996 Stevie Ray Vaughan signature Stratocaster.
This guitar that you see me playing right now, I bought it in 1996 as a 19-year-old boy. Played it in my room. Now it's here.
So in today's mini documentary about this guitar, we are going to be discussing the entire timeline of when John first purchased the guitar to the last performance we have seen him use it live. Lots of little details about the guitar, lots of notable performances, and things like that. So just kicking everything off with our timeline here, we're going to talk about when John first purchased the guitar, but instead of me telling you guys about when John, kind of the story behind John purchasing it, we're just going to let John himself actually tell you. This is from the Paradise Valley studio sessions on June 11th of 2013.
I'll show you this one. This one I bought with the money that I made working at the gas station, and I traded in a Takamine 12-string and a Mesa Boogie distortion pedal, and I think I paid like 900 bucks as the difference. So I bought this in 1996, and this thing has so many little stories on it. This was replaced. I remember the day I had to order a replacement when I was in Atlanta in like 1998, 1999 maybe. I had a replacement put in there because I broke the whammy bar off in here. I got that from hitting drum cymbals with it. I thought it was really cool to hit drum cymbals. This is a picture of me and my friend Matt Mangano at Stone Mountain in 1990. That's definitely 1998.
he came down to visit, and that's us from a sticker booth, and that's been on there.
Is it ready?
I took this back plate to the mall in 1997, and it says John Mayer 1997 before I went to Berkeley. I did that with the engraving gun at the Berkeley dorms, JCM. And then this is from sanding it down and playing, but mostly sanding it down with 400 grit sandpaper. This I would pick apart, I don't know if you can see, I would pick apart the lacquer. And this is the guitar that my signature model is based off of in terms of the pickups and also the neck shape. This has been in my bedroom when I was 19, practicing guitar playing, and Madison Square Garden and Tokyo and television shows. And I mean, it's like, this is the representation of all the places I've been, is that it's been on this guitar. You know, this guitar started in my bedroom when I had just gotten out of high school. And that's what's cool about guitars.
I absolutely love videos like this where you can see John pointing things out on the guitar and he's talking about the story of it. It's just so cool, and I wish we got more of these from him. One other thing that's awesome about this video is you do get a really close-up look of the serial number, and that does confirm that it is a 1996 production year for this guitar. Another interesting detail when it comes to the artist series Stevie Ray Vaughan Stratocasters that I've seen online and I've seen people discuss is that apparently the early ones got Brazilian rosewood boards. I've seen some people also ask or question whether or not John's has a Brazilian rosewood board. From everything I understand, it seemed like Fender kind of did that in like the very early 90s, the first handful of guitars they actually produced. So John's would definitely be too late for a Brazilian rosewood board if they did in fact do that. If you know anything more about that, let us know in the comments down below. I wasn't able to find any solid concrete information about that online, but kind of a cool thing that Fender might have done to those early SRV Strats. Now, one thing that John doesn't mention in this video is that he had changed the all-black engraved SRV pickguard that these guitars came with a tortoiseshell guard instead. I don't know the exact time frame that he did this. I'm assuming pretty early on because I've never seen any shots of John with this guitar before the pickguard was changed. So kind of before everything kind of kicked off for him and his career really started, at least, it had pretty much always had a torque guard replaced on it. And the sunburst body, the sunburst finish with a tortoiseshell guard has been on record from John saying that it is his favorite Strat spec of all time. So it kind of makes sense that he would change it to what he personally prefers the best for a Stratocaster. And it is interesting because of this change with the guard on this guitar. One thing that I definitely want to kind of clear up and address in this video is that John's SRV Strat is very commonly confused for his 1964 Stratocaster, the guitar that he wrote Slow Dancing and Burning Room on. And a lot of people will see this. I've seen it in my comments lately even too, and people are saying, oh, well, like that's the 64, right? When I'm referring to the SRV or vice versa. So I want to kind of pull up shots of the 64 quickly and the SRV because there are definitely some visual cues. Obviously, if you see them side by side, it might kind of help you recognize the differences between the two. Most notably is that the pickguard on the 64 is a lot brighter. It has a lot more of that yellow, and it's just a better looking pickguard in my opinion. It has that wear above the pickguard as well, and that bright kind of spot of yellow paint where the forearm wear is starting to kind of go in a little bit more in the body of the 64 too, among lots of other details and spec changes, of course, between the two guitars. But again, kind of lines up with that being John's favorite spec, that he actually would go out once he kind of was more established in his career, find a really great example of a vintage Stratocaster that this pickguard is reportedly the original guard for this guitar too. So it's just kind of the perfect Strat in Mayer's opinion in terms of specifications. Last thing about this is that this guitar, I'm sure, also is what inspired John's signature Stratocaster, not only in terms of the pickups, but in terms of one of the finishes that they offered as well for it, being a sunburst Strat with a tortoiseshell pickguard. With the SRV Strat and the Fender John Mayer signature Strat, one other similarity is the fact that apparently the pickups, the Texas specials that were in this specific guitar were underwound. They weren't the actual specification that they should have been. They weren't as hot as the guitar should have had, and this kind of helped to attribute to John's kind of more unique tone with this guitar, and these pickups ended up being what inspired the Big Dippers that went in the John Mayer signature Stratocaster. So this is why too, if you guys hear me on the channel talk about when you're looking at Big Dippers, They're not the pickups that are in the Black One. They're not the pickups that are, you know, the 64 or a lot of John's other Stratocasters. Those pickups are kind of more in the vein of John's earlier guitar tones with this Stevie Ray Vaughan Stratocaster. They sound fantastic, but just a little bit of a different thing that they're trying to do and trying to emulate in terms of timeline and sounds of John's career. Okay, so with all of that out of the way, now we can really begin our timeline around the Room for Squares era, and live at this point, very early on at the beginning of John's career, the vast majority of songs that he would perform were acoustic. But whenever it came to electric performances, which were few and far in between most nights, maybe 2 or 3 songs, John would, of course, play City Love, Covered in Rain. He would also throw in a couple of Hendrix covers or Stevie Ray Vaughan covers, or just kind of jam out with electric guitar. And then you could kind of see that passion for the electric guitar and blues playing really start to shine when this guitar was in John's hands. And it kind of foreshadowed what would happen in his career later on with the trio, Continuum, and him being really known as one of the biggest, if not the biggest, modern day guitar hero. But at this time frame, when you saw that SRV Strat in his hands, you just got a glimpse that he was just more than the guy who wrote Your Body is a Wonderland. And just because I've actually stumbled upon lately some really great footage from this early on in John's career, 2001 and 2002, I'm going to play one more performance of John with the SRV Strat for you guys from this time frame. Now, what I would say is the real performance that cemented this guitar into John Mayer guitar history, if you will, is the performance of Covered in Rain for Any Given Thursday, which was on September 12th of 2002. This performance is absolutely brilliant. I've talked about it quite a few times on the channel, but this one would have been kind of, this is, if I had to pinpoint one moment, it would be this one here that really made that SRV Strat just known as this amazing John Mayer guitar, and this was kind of one of the biggest moments, if not the biggest moment, of this guitar in John's hands. Now, in 2003, there is one performance that I feel like is very underrated when it comes to John Mayer blues playing and really great guitar tones. And I'm talking about the Austin City Limits performance, which was on November 15th of 2003. This one was really wild because it had a few great guest appearances. From Double Trouble, we had Chris Layton, Tommy Shannon, and then, of course, the legend Buddy Guy would join John. And this is just after Heavier Things released, just like 2 months after. So John's career at this point was really starting to take off. Of course, Daughters being one of his, biggest hits of all time. So for him, it had to be such a special moment getting to play with members of Double Trouble and, of course, Buddy Guy. And just like with Austin City Limits in 2003, there's another really great Come Back to Bed performance on Last Call with Carson Daly, June 19th of 2004. This one is another kind of interesting performance, but it's just John solo playing the guitar, and I really love this. It's kind of like one of the first John Mayer solo shows, of course, before the solo tour kicked off. This one, of course, again, with the SRV Stratocaster, some really great playing also. And Come Back to Bed's kind of one of those interesting songs because it was kind of like John's attempt at writing kind of, I believe he had said Gravity. This was kind of the first attempt at it, and he never got it quite right, but then wrote Gravity. I've kind of always equated the song almost more like a slow dancing in a burning room kind of thing, but either way, Come Back to Bed, in my opinion, is a pretty underrated John Mayer song also.
Come back to bed. Oh, oh, yeah.
Thank you very much.
On June 4th of 2004, we have one of the most famous John Mayer jams of all time. You know what it is, the double popped craziness that was the intro to City Love for Crossroads 2004. This performance was just absolutely wild. I remember the first time I actually watched this one, I was just blown away. It was wild. Probably for a lot of people, their favorite performance of John with the Stevie Ray Vaughan Strat. So at this point in our timeline, the Heavier Things era is concluding, and at the end of 2004, John would acquire the most famous guitar that he's ever used, the Black One, and that kind of foreshadows a little bit what we would kind of see for the rest of this documentary. There's still great performances to come, but the SRV Strat would begin to take a back seat as John almost was searching for a new #1 guitar. I feel like he acquired the Monterey Strat, the Gold Leaf, the John Cruz Masterbuilt 62 Sonic Blues Strat, the Black One, kind of all around this time, right around the beginning of the John Mayer Trio era, kind of in 2004 going into 2005. And with the John Mayer Trio, I've never seen any footage of John using the SRV Strat, and the same thing would pretty much go for the Continuum era as well. John had a few different #1 guitars at that point, really between the Black One and the Monterey. Those were the two that you'd most frequently see for the Continuum era, but there is one performance I found from the Continuum Summer of 2008 tour, which is in Indiana on July 5th. So I'm going to play some of this footage for you guys. Pretty rare footage of John using the SRV Strat during the Continuum era. I'm honestly just really happy that I was able to find footage of John playing this guitar during the Continuum era, and of course, it's kind of the Covered in Rain guitar, especially from that Any Given Thursday performance that really cemented it as that specific guitar. And from this point going forward, we're going to have a little bit of a theme here of, you know, it being that Covered in Rain guitars. You guys will see a little later on in the video. And you'll see actually right now, because our next stop is during the Battle Studies tour at Jones Beach. We have another really awesome performance of Covered in Rain. Like I've said, it's the guitar. If John kind of throws or sneaks Covered in Rain into the set list last minute, the SRV Strat is the guitar he would bring out for those performances. I'm not entirely sure how much at this point he was touring with it, but it definitely was still slightly in the mix, but definitely not really used at all. Fast forwarding a little bit, on September 15th of 2012, we have this really cool performance of Thinking About You with Frank Ocean on SNL. Of course, the Pyramids performance is the one that everyone references from this night, but seeing the SRV Strat get used for Thinking About You is another really cool performance and some great tones from John too. On January 16th of 2013, we have a cool performance of John with this guitar, and it was for the Pine Creek Fire benefit in Montana. Just, you know, Montana, Livingston area has kind of become John's home at this point in time as well, and he's done a few benefit shows for the area, as well as being kind of, you know, one of the biggest celebrities to live in the area, bringing more attention to things that are going on there. Very awesome, and a really cool performance too. Okay, we're gonna fast forward a couple years now to 2015, and if you had to ask John what night or what performance with this guitar specifically meant the most to him or was the most special, I have a very strong feeling that it would be this one, and we are talking about Stevie Ray Vaughan's induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I mean, look at the people on stage playing with John when they're playing Pride and Joy here, as we're gonna, hopefully YouTube will let me play a little bit of the footage for you guys. It's Jimmy Vaughn, John Mayer, Dole Bramall, Gary Clark Jr. Absolutely insane. And this must have been just the most almost full circle moment for John. This is the guitar player that really inspired him to pick up the electric guitar, and the SRV influence for John is so notable throughout his career. I mean, he started playing with Tube Screamers, Fender Stratocasters. He bought an SRV Strat as his first kind of real guitar, and it became his #1 for the beginning of his career. And then he even got Rene Martinez, Stevie Ray Vaughan's old guitar tech, as his guitar tech, who gave him some of Stevie's TS-10s to use, like this SRV influence for John. You know, sure, Clapton, Jeff Beck, lots of really important guitar players have influenced John, but if you had to pick one, it's definitely Stevie Ray Vaughan. And this moment, even just watching it, you can't help but feel happy for John that he got to be a part of that moment, which I'm sure just meant the world to him. Okay, now we're going to move along to the Search for Everything era, and interestingly enough, the Stevie Ray Vaughan Strat would get a lot more stage use during the Search for Everything World Tour. And I'm not sure if it's because at the same time John was road testing prototypes of the Silver Sky, the guitar that would become his new #1 guitar and just an actual model design for him. So maybe was there something between John bringing back the SRV Strat a little bit, playing that live a little bit, and then going and road testing the prototypes as well, maybe to try and get some feel for his first real Strat? I don't know, but it's kind of a big coincidence to see kind of both of those things happening during the Search for Everything era. Now, one night in particular that's really interesting for the Search for Everything World Tour that my friend Gabe actually mentioned to me and kind of helping me double check the kind of information and stats for this review. Shout out to my buddy Gabe. Always appreciate you helping me out and kind of giving me some more information, or just, you know, he's got a lot of great insight and stuff too, so I always like to collaborate with him a little bit or get his take, or if there's anything he thinks I really should be pointing out. Now, Philadelphia, April 8th of 2017, pretty much every electric song for that entire night was the Stevie Ray Vaughan Strat. Really odd, really interesting, because up until this point, it was really brought out for special occasions, the odd performance of Covered in Rain, but to see it get used as the main guitar for almost a whole evening was just really interesting. So kind of a cool night. And of course, we're going to take a listen to some of the footage here. And because John played the SRV Strat most of this night, we have some really kind of cool performances of him using this guitar for songs you just would never have seen him use it any other time. Like, I believe the performance of Vultures is probably the only time we've seen him ever play Vultures on this guitar. And it might also be the only time we've seen him perform slow dancing in a burning room on the SRV Strat too. So a very cool performance. There's lots of great footage on YouTube. April 8th, 2017 in Philadelphia. Go and look it up if you're interested. Obviously, if you're watching this video, you're interested in John's kind of SRV Strat tones and kind of his history with it. Go and give it a watch. It's just a really cool night. Some really great tones in general of John with this guitar. And at this point in our timeline, I am sad to say that the last time I've been able to find any footage of John using the SRV Strat was on August 22nd of 2017 in Syracuse. A performance, of course, of, you guessed it, Covered in Rain. But this is the last time that I've been able to find John has actually used this guitar. So that performance, to the best of my research, has been the last time I've been able to find John using that guitar. In 2019, John would perform Covered in Rain. Again, there's a really awesome performance that I want to highlight in a separate video, but he would use the 64 Strat for it. So it's kind of like, all right, that's normally the song you would expect John to bring the SRV Strat out for, but then the 64, you know, spec the same, obviously kind of same vibe, but very different guitar at the same point. So it just makes me sad that it's been over 7 years at this point since we've seen the guitar, and after making this entire kind of mini documentary for you guys, I just have a lot more appreciation for it, and listening to the tones and stuff, it's a great guitar. And I hope at some point we will see that kind of balance that I'm really hoping John would have, where we see Fenders get played and we see the Silver Sky get played, and there's that balance, you know. The Silver Sky sounds great for everything, but there's something special about hearing Gravity with the black one, about hearing Slow Dancing with the 64, Vultures with the gold leaf. You know, there's just something kind of special about seeing a few different guitars in John's night, and that was one thing I always loved and really admired that he did too. And I know in the Crossroads kind of talking phase for the performance that he did with Keith Urban, he even talked about how he admired Keith Urban for being someone who changes guitars depending on the song, and it's something he noticed a lot of people didn't do, or didn't even do anymore, because they all have a different vibe. They all feel a little bit different in your hands. They all sound a little bit different, have those unique characteristics. And I always thought that was really cool that John would switch guitars depending on the song, especially if he wrote it with it or used it in the studio. Like the Gold Leaf, it's got that, you know, just amazing second position for Vultures. It's perfect for that. And then it's just, you know, it's just a different thing with the Silver Sky now. I love the Silver Sky. It's a great guitar, but like I said, it's just seeing some Fenders again, and that kind of balance, I think, where, you know, some of the, you know, more continuum-ish stuff, you know, the odd trio stuff or whatever, you get those Fenders come out, and then for the more modern hi-fi sound, you get the Silver Sky. I think that'd be really cool. Hopefully we get to that balance at some point. But you guys, hopefully you guys, yeah, did enjoy this mini documentary on the SRV Stratocaster. I've made a video on the Eric Clapton Crossroads 335, the 63 Fiesta Red Strat of John's, the black one, the 64, the 62 John Cruz Masterbuilt Sonic Blue Strat. The thing I'm missing, the Something's Missing Tele Strat Hybrid Masterbuilt Chris Fleming guitar. I've made a lot of videos kind of just dedicated to everything you need to know about these different guitars. Like I said, the Black One documentary is I personally think, my favorite and best video that I've ever made, so go and check that one out if you haven't already. If there are any other guitars you want to see me cover in this way, maybe like the Monterey Strat might be the next one I have to do, let me know in the comments too. Thank you guys again so much for watching. Take care, and I'll see you on the next one. Today I'm going to be discussing one of John Mayer's most unique guitars that he's used over his career, the Tele Strat Hybrid, or as it's better known as, the Something's Missing guitar.
You ready to build a little groove here?
Now, as you can tell by looking at this guitar, and it's also right in the name, the Tele Strat Hybrid, this guitar is a hybrid combination of a Telecaster and a Stratocaster, taking the body of a Tele and combining it with the electronics and kind of feature set of a Stratocaster. John's specific example was master built by Chris Fleming right after he joined the Fender Custom Shop. He kind of thought to design a Telecaster that also had the specifications of a Stratocaster, and he's someone who he says, as you're about to listen to, talks about how he's a Tele guy but wanted to kind of get Strat sounds out of it and have those features, and he created this Tele Strat Hybrid guitar. He also designed a system in it where you can actually use the first and third pickups, the bridge and neck, and kind of get a Tele in between sound as well by the press of a button, which is a really cool addition to this guitar and something I actually never knew it had until I was kind of diving into it for this video. Now, in the video as well, Chris Fleming will actually talk about how the very first one he designed, and it became very popular because, well, John Mayer actually purchased the very first one that he ever built.
Hi, I'm Chris Fleming with the Fender Custom Shop, and today I'm going to show you my Builder Select Tele Strat Hybrid model, and here it is. I created this sort of on a whim. I thought it would be an interesting idea well, Telecasters are my favorite guitar to begin with, and I thought it would be neat to have a Telecaster that did a Strat thing. So about 6 years ago, actually, pretty shortly after I started with the Custom Shop, I came up with the idea of of putting a Strat configuration on a Telecaster shape. And that's what I did. And so what you see here is a full Strat complement with a custom pickguard that that makes it look real natural, although it's kind of strange looking when you first look at it. But the idea of this is really to create a Telecaster feel, but have all the options of a Strat. And it also includes an S1 switch that allows you to get a middle position sound like you would on a Telecaster. So it's got a 5-way switch. It's got an S1 switch that turns the bridge pickup on and off in any position. So when you're, for instance, playing your neck pickup, you can pop that on and you get that nice kind of open ringing sound of a middle position on a Telecaster. Strat headstock, matching peg head, vintage tuners. This is a Closet Classic model, so it's nice and worn in feeling, but not too beat up. After I made the first one of our dealers purchased it, and by some chance, John Mayer bought it online. He actually was surfing the web and saw it and thought it was cool and bought it from one of our dealers. And a few years ago, he used it. I think he still uses it on tour for a couple of songs, and it works well. He puts it into a special tuning and uses it in his shows. So it got some interest from that because John was playing it, and so we decided to release a limited edition of it for the public. So again, it's a very versatile guitar. You get all the Strat thing going on, you get a little bit of Tele thing going on, and it turns heads because it looks funny. There's something, it doesn't look right, but it looks right, so it's kind of an unusual instrument.
So right there you hear from Chris Fleming that John actually got a hold of the very first model, serial number 1, if you will, of the Tele-Strat Hybrid. And what I absolutely love is the fact that John really helped to make that guitar as popular as it became, because then they ended up making a limited edition run of that guitar. So without John actually playing that guitar pretty frequently over at least the earlier days of his career, they probably never would have actually made a limited edition run of the Tele-Strat Hybrid. So that's pretty cool to think of. Now, the earliest I can pinpoint John using the Tele-Strat Hybrid was on April 19th of 2004 in Melbourne, Australia, for Something's Missing. Now, the guitar pretty much right away, as far as I can tell, became the Something's Missing guitar because of the tuning that Something's Missing is in. It was kind of always destined to just be a song like John had one specific guitar for, because the tuning is E, B, E, F sharp, B, and E, the exact same tuning as In Your Atmosphere. And I'm going to actually read from you guys now a quote from John a little later on in his career, but he's talking about Something's Missing and the actual Tele-Strat Hybrid. So John says, "When I used to play Something's Missing, I had this Strat Tele which Chris Fleming built. It became the allocated guitar with the tuning for that song, E, B, E, F sharp, B, E. It comes out of the coffin and I'd play it for Something's Missing, then it went back in and stayed in that tuning. Then when I stopped playing Something's Missing, it was like, this is a great guitar for other things, let's tune it back to standard." Now that's kind of an interesting comment there from John, because I don't remember ever seeing any footage of him playing this guitar for anything other than Something's Missing live. It's something he obviously was thinking about doing, but I guess it just never translated into an actual live context. Maybe for some studio use, rehearsals, or things like that, but actually live, the Tele-Strat Hybrid really kind of stayed as the Something's Missing guitar. So April 19th of 2004 in Melbourne, we see the live debut, or at least what I can tell is the live debut of the Tele-Strat Hybrid. Of course, this being the very first one Chris Fleming built, which I think is pretty cool to actually know. And John performs that for that song, and then pretty much from that point onwards, the Tele-Strat Hybrid you always see get brought out for Something's Missing. What's really cool is that for the Crossroads performance in 2004, John actually played Something's Missing with the Tele-Strat Hybrid. Of course, the performance of City Love being a very well-known performance of John's, especially in the guitar community, for that insane intro jam before he actually launches into City Love. But he actually did play the Tele-Strat Hybrid. I haven't been able to find any audio or footage of that performance, as City Love only made it to the actual Crossroads release. But John did perform with that guitar there, as you're seeing with this image, the double polo thing, everything, you know, that's from Crossroads 2004. So that's a pretty cool thing to point out as well, that this guitar was featured during that performance. And during the John Mayer Trio era as well, Something's Missing was performed quite frequently, and we have some really great footage of John using the Tele-Strat Hybrid as well during the John Mayer Trio era, which just for fun, I'll give you guys a bit of a listen to as well.
not yet. Hold on a second.
Then, of course, following the John Mayer Trio era, we have Continuum. Now, Something's Missing really did fall out of the rotation of songs John would play during the Continuum era. He only played it a handful of times the entire kind of touring process back in Continuum. There is some footage of him performing it in Darien Lake in 2008 in August. So we have that kind of, you know, very rare appearance of the Tele-Strat hybrid at this time point. Now this brings us along into the Battle Studies era, and like the Continuum era, Something's Missing slowly kept being played less and less during this time. John only performing Something's Missing 5 times in 2010. And in 2010, that's actually where this interview was from as well, where John was talking about how that guitar, he had really kind of stopped playing Something's Missing, and then the guitar lived in a coffin. He kind of joked, where of course he's talking about the guitar case, but really when he brought the guitar back out for a rare performance of that song, it was kind of giving that guitar life again, and then it just went back in the case until he decided he wanted to play Something's Missing again. And that brings us to the final time that I've been able to find where John actually played the Tele-Strat hybrid live, March 20th of 2010 in St. Louis. Now the footage from this specific performance is not that great, but in terms of the actual statistics of the songs that John would perform, this is the last time that Something's Missing was actually played in 2010, and you can tell from the footage at least that it is the Tele-Strat hybrid that he's obviously using, but I'm going to play for you guys just a little bit better footage from just a few shows previous, where you can get just a better look at the Tele-Strat and better audio as well of John playing it during the Battle Studies tour.
Fix it. Something's missing. And I don't know what it is. And I don't know what it is. Something is already. And I don't know what it is. But you can help me figure out just what it is. And I say it's fair. Money. Well slept, check. I possess, check. Guitar, check. Microphone, check. Messages waiting on me like the road.
Now this performance of Something's Missing I really love from Philadelphia on February 22nd of 2010. Because this is 2010, the audio and video quality was good enough where it's actually something you could go back and listen to. This specific night as well, John performed with a young kid named Austin. He brought him up on stage to play Believe. So just a really cool night and kind of JM history as well. But this specific footage is really awesome because under the lighting you can see just the sheer amount of flame in the back of the neck that the Tele-Strat hybrid has, at least John's version has, and it looks just absolutely incredible. And Something's Missing in the Tele-Strat Hybrid as well, it's a pretty kind of special thing because when I first got into guitar years ago, I remember this song and this guitar was kind of the very first time I paid attention to when someone would actually be very methodic about what pickups they were selecting, very specific for different parts of the song. I'd never really seen that before, kind of when I really first got into guitar, where Johnny's playing in position 2 for the intro and the verse, then he flips up to the neck for the chorus and then back down, and just watching how he actually was very specific in his selection at different points in the song. You see him quickly take a look down, he's finding position 2 and then he goes back and plays. It's just something that for me, I just very much remember being the first time I ever really paid attention to that and thought, okay, wait a minute, he's doing something different than just choosing, okay, for this song I'm going to use the neck or, position 4 or whatever it was. No, he's switching and being very specific and getting different tones for different parts of the song, just between the pickups even. So I just thought that was really cool back, when I was in high school and actually like watching this thinking, okay, wow, look at that. I never really noticed or really paid enough attention to actually see someone doing that. So kind of a really cool thing that Something's Missing and this guitar actually has in my own kind of personal, memory and kind of guitar journey as well. Something I always think is pretty cool. Now, back to Something's Missing in the Tele-Strat Hybrid. Like I said, in 2010, that's the last time I've been able to find at least where John's performed this song with the Tele-Strat Hybrid. It's not the last time he's performed Something's Missing, though. Acoustically is kind of where the song currently lives and really has lived since 2010. And that's kind of because it's easy for John to perform that, or at least a snippet of Something's Missing acoustically, and then launching into what you normally expect him to play, which would be In Your Atmosphere for that tuning, and kind of the song that is better known for that specific tuning. Like during the solo tour, for example, it was performed a couple of times where John would perform that and then launch into In Your Atmosphere. So it kind of lives acoustically now, and why not for fun? Let's take a listen to it acoustically. Hopefully the Tele-Strat Hybrid returns into John's hands at some point. However, I feel like if John would just start performing Something's Missing electrically again, I just feel like he's at the point where he'd just pick a different Silver Sky to be used for that kind of tuning, like maybe a old Dodge and Blue or Venetian Blue or something like that would kind of be a similar vibe, I guess, in terms of the color at least, and he'd have that guitar just live in that specific tuning. If it's something he brought back into rotation, if he ever did something like the 2019 World Tour or something again, where he's not playing live backing an album, he's just playing live to play live and to bring out songs kind of out of the vault that he hasn't played in a long time. So that's something I can maybe see happening, but like I said, I'd be more betting that it'd be a Silver Sky, which, I'd love to see the balance, bring some Strats back, bring some Fenders back into the mix, have the Silver Skies doing their thing, Strats doing their thing, because they're kind of two different instruments, they have different vibes, so it'd be something really cool to see again. But I thought this would be a great video nonetheless to make, talking about the Tele-Strat Hybrid, because I am going to be doing a video, a bit of a deep dive into John's Telecasters, and I was debating whether or not I was going to include this guitar as kind of an honorary Telecaster, but in my opinion, it's more of a Strat than a Tele. It just has the body of a Tele, but the rest of it really is kind of the vibe of a Strat, like the neck, the actual electronics, the main feature set of the guitar is a Strat, so it's really, in my mind, a Strat Tele hybrid, if that makes sense, where it's a Strat just given the shape of a Tele. So I decided it wasn't going to be included in that video, but that video will be coming up, so stay tuned for that one on the channel. As always, hope you guys enjoyed this video. Take care. I'll see you on the next one.
The black one. No guitar is more associated with John Mayer than this one, and it truly is the sound of Continuum, which is honestly why it is so revered among John Mayer fans and just in general within the guitar community. And today's video, this mini documentary, if you will, is dedicated to just this one guitar. We'll be talking about the black one's creation, modifications to it over the years, some really incredible performances and tones, its use on various records, and just in general some very interesting stories and theories as well that go with the guitar. This is going to be a very long video, but I'm not leaving any stone unturned. We're going to be discussing everything, the entire story of the black one. So sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy today's video. First off, a quick shout out to my good friend Tommy, who helped review and fact check everything we are going to be discussing in today's video, and we will be touching on a story about Tommy and his experience holding the black one and talking with John Mayer about this guitar, and we'll touch on that a little later on in the video. So Tommy, thanks so much for everything, man. I really appreciate you. So the story of the black one begins in 2004 at the Fender Custom Shop. There are some sources and places online that mistakenly quote the guitar as being a vintage Stratocaster. However, it was master built by none other than John Cruz. And for the record, the black one is John Cruz serial number 137. So if someone out there has JC138, they have the guitar that he built right after he finished the black one. And I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen, but we're going to review it anyway, the video of John Mayer actually talking about the making of the black one and how he had a hand in the building of the instrument.
So we left the guitar off on the second day with my having sprayed the body black. I'd sprayed the body, I had tinted the neck after I'd signed underneath the headstock, which I think is one of the coolest points of the guitar, is that, you know, John Mayer 04 underneath the lacquer. Which is just proof positive that I was there before the lacquer went on, you know. And this was in October that this happened, of 04. And in November, there's a guitar that shows up at my door.
John putting his signature on the back of the headstock before the lacquer went on the neck of the guitar is just very cool and a constant reminder that he was there during the build process of the guitar. Now, before we touch on more parts of this video that John Mayer did, we're going to fast forward to 2015 when John Cruz did an interview and touched on the Black One guitar itself, because there's one question at this point I just would like to head off right away and have answered in the video, because this question gets asked more than anything else when it comes to the Black One, and it's what pickups are in the Black One.
The pickups were pretty much, you know, people say, are those the Big Dipper pickups in this? No, not on this run. On his guitars, I think they do on the line, or like the Big Dipper style pickups, which were cool pickups, sound good. But this is one that they were modeled, chosen to be kind of close to Stevie Ray Vaughan's tone. So that's, their custom hand-wound pickups that we used in that were chosen for John's guitar. And that's what I think a lot of the magic came into that.
So right there from John Cruz, the man who built the guitar, the Black One does not have Big Dipper pickups. Honestly, it's kind of comical at this point that the statement that the Black One has Big Dipper pickups is still so commonly said and treated as fact when it clearly is not. And I think this is the perfect time to hammer this point home. So please, do us all a favor, go into the comments right now below the video and type in, the Black One does not have Big Dipper pickups in it. I'll wait. Did you do it? Okay, good. Let's move on from this fact, because it is just, out of all the John Mayer gear questions out there, this is probably the most commonly asked that I've ever seen. What pickups are in the Black One, or does it have Big Dipper pickups in it? And the answer is no. Now, obviously the big part about how the Black One looks is the heavy relic treatment that was done to it. And in that interview where John was discussing the making of the Black One, he touches on kind of his thought process and reasoning behind having a guitar with pretty much no paint on it. And no matter what your thoughts are on relic guitars from the Fender Custom Shop or anywhere else really that's not naturally done, it's cool just to hear John's thought process behind the design and kind of the relic scheme of the guitar.
You would just put out the SRV tribute guitar, which I put my hands on and started playing, and loved the idea that the body was resonating. Because the body on a Strat, when there's lacquer around it, normally doesn't resonate. And that's where sort of the germ of the idea. And it wasn't about, I want a guitar like Stevie's. It was only in the sense of I want a guitar that doesn't have lacquer on it. Bonnie Raitt has a guitar that doesn't have lacquer on it, and it sounds great, you know. And the early guitars are great because they only got a couple layers of paint, you know, and one thin layer of lacquer. So the idea became, well, I'd like a guitar that doesn't have any paint on it. And when I started to think about it, the idea of a guitar without any paint on it was just a little too rustic for me. So I thought, well, if, you know, sort of like the Rory Gallagher guitar, where there's more negative space than positive space in terms of paint job, then you could sort of hint at it being, it really wasn't like, I want an old-looking guitar. It was a technical thing. I don't want very much paint on the body, but I don't want I don't want it to look like I stripped it, you know. So that's where the idea was born for the Relic. So it's cosmetic only in that it's allowing the wood to sort of breathe, you know.
However, there is more to the story of the Relic job that was done to the Black One than just John Mayer wanting a guitar with not a lot of paint on it. If we go back to John Cruz discussing the Black One, he mentions that Mayer came to him and pretty much asked for a black version of Stevie Ray Vaughan's #1 Strat. And of course, due to legal reasons with SRV's estate, they couldn't just do a black version of the #1, so John Cruz just made a very heavily inspired look to the guitar. And this makes a lot of sense because SRV is John Mayer's #1 influence, so him kind of coming to John Cruz and asking for a black #1 Strat, essentially, it just makes sense. And there's clear influence in the Reliquware that John Cruz did between the #1 and the Black One. So I think the story here is kind of a little bit of both, in all honesty. There's a bit of truth to both of these parts from John Cruz and John Mayer.
I made him this guitar. He actually talked to Mike Eldred and wanted to come down to the shop and take the tour of the shop, which he did one day. And he says, man, I'd really like to build a guitar. And Mike just says, okay, let's go. Put his glasses on and stuff. Took him out there, chose wood. John was involved in the beginning, you know. They walked him through all the machines and stuff like that. He actually got his hands on, you know, sanders and stuff like that. He was doing the sanding. Of course, you know, the media, everybody's there taking pictures of him and stuff. And, you know, he's just like having a good time sanding. Hey, man, check my hair. Is everything cool, you know, doing all that. And he was involved, you know, in the picking of his wood and sanding and stuff like that. Even right up to painting. He got to paint the guitar and everything, which wasn't all that, personally. There was a few paint runs and stuff. We had to fix that for him. But he's a rock star. He's not a guitar builder, you know. But it was really cool the way it finished out. And he was telling me that he wanted pretty much a black Stevie Ray Vaughan. And I'm like, well, I really can't do that, dude. I mean, that's, like, again, it's a contract thing that we have with the family. We signed. We have to stick to that, and we did. But I says, I'll do something that's, you know, along the lines of that, but it's going to be its own thing. And it was.
And it's not just in the look and Reliquware that the Black One has similarities to SRV's #1 Stratocaster. The actual neck is identical to the #1 Strat as well, and Mayer actually confirmed this with Tommy when they met back in 2016. And in 2010, we got some more confirmation from John on Stevie Ray Vaughan's #1 Strat's influence on the actual overall design of the Black One. This is from the Music Radar interview with Mick Taylor. I'll read the quote for you guys all here right now. Did the idea for the gold hardware come from your Stevie Ray Strat? The gold hardware came from the SRV Tribute Strat. The neck is actually from the SRV Tribute Strat, so that's why it's got those mid-80s Fender replacement knobs. Of course, in this case, when John is referring to the SRV Tribute Strat, he's referring to the custom shop versions, the replicas of SRV's #1 that they produced in 2004, which he also mentioned during that interview where he discussed the actual making and design of the Black One. They had just finished doing those SRV Tribute #1 Stratocasters in 2004, and then that's right when John had come in and started designing the Black One. When you think of just how influential Stevie Ray Vaughan was on John Mayer, the design of his #1 Stratocaster ending up being the main basis for the design of John Mayer's #1 guitar, the black one, and of course just overall how influential Stevie Ray Vaughan was on John Mayer as a guitar player, the fact that Rene Martinez, who was Stevie Ray Vaughan's guitar tech, then became John Mayer's guitar tech, is pretty insane, and kind of a full circle moment almost for John Mayer. The exact same person who looked after Stevie's rig and guitars is now looking after his guitars as well. And I'm sure for Rene Martinez there are just a ton of deja vu moments knowing just this influence and almost how similar in a way John and Stevie are. And one great example of this with the black one is during Premier Guitar's rig rundown of John's rig during the Battle Studies tour, and Rene actually talks about the black one, and one thing that he noticed that's exactly the same as what he did and modified to Steve Ray Vaughan's guitar.
It's the one that he's put together, and it looks like it's been through the mill, old, wore out, you know, but it's been going through this for the past 5 or 6 years that I've known it, so it's getting more and more wore out. You can see these are the machines that I had bought a long time ago for Stevie's guitar, and I guess he noticed them on somewhere, or maybe he didn't, I don't know, but they're on here, so I'm just taking that's where he saw it from. But I bought these for Stevie a long time ago and put it on his guitar. And when I saw this one, I saw that and I went, wow, you know, deja vu.
Does he have the finish then sanded down on the neck?
Well, it's just the way he wanted it, smoother. This is kind of sticky sometimes, you know, like today it's real humid. It can feel sticky later on tonight. And this will too, but it's more slick.
That had to be a really cool moment for Rene Martinez when he realized that the black one has those same Perloy tuners that he put on Stevie's guitar all those years ago. That had to be just a really heartwarming moment, and for him, maybe a bit more confirmation that him working with John was where he needed to be. Speaking of those Perloy tuners, this is just a really great shot at the back of the black one overall, and in case you were wondering, John does keep 5 springs in the back of it, and there are no holes even drilled in the guitar for a back plate. That's kind of a signature John Mayer thing. Last thing about this picture that I just thought I'd quickly mention is the flame that you can see in the back of the black one's neck. That's something that's not really discussed overall in the look of the guitar, but it has just an absolute load of flame through the back of the neck, and it's just gorgeous. Perhaps the oddest story about the black one is actually when the guitar arrived at John's house, and I'll let him tell the story about how he felt when the black one arrived at his front door.
And in November, there's a guitar that shows up at my door. It's all done, guitar's ready to go. And I went away for the weekend and I was racing home because I'd seen the FedEx confirmation that it was waiting in my apartment. And I did that thing that you do as a guitar player when you know you have something really special in a case you're about to open. And you sort of take that extra moment. You flipped all the latches, but it's sort of like a little bit like birth. For one last second you go, all right, here we go. What are you going to be like? You going to be any good? You know? You going to come out healthy? And flip the thing open, and there it was, and it was distressed but gorgeous, and it had a Norm sticker on it. Remember that it had a Eat It Norms sticker on it, the smiley face.
That's right.
John had decided to put, I think, right here, and it was even cut through the sticker. And it said, "Have a nice day, Norms," or something.
I remember that.
And he actually took a picture of the guitar because it was on the certificate. And it had the sticker, and the first thing I was like, can't take that sticker, you know. I started playing it. I don't know if you remember this. I started playing it, and it wasn't there. And I was sort of heartbroken, you know. So I started thinking to myself, this guitar, I know it can be something. And it just was going, yank, yank, yank. I remember I put it in the freezer overnight because I was so desperate to have something molecular happen to the guitar. I said, something has to molecularly change with this instrument. I will not accept that this is the way this instrument's come out. And I had one of those freezers where it's the whole length of like the left, you know, third of the appliance. So I took everything out of the freezer and sat the guitar in overnight. And I was like, you just sit in there and change. And the next day I took it out and started playing it. and it still wasn't there. It was just cold, you know. And then I forgot what it was. I opened it up, and one of the grounds wasn't.
There was something. I remember
The ground wasn't hooked up or something. Something wasn't hooked up. And as soon as it got hooked up, the thing went whoop and started playing right. And so that was about the time I started working on the Continuum album.
Now, John Cruz is one of the best, if not the best person who's ever been a master builder at the Fender Custom Shop, and I do have to agree with what he said. If he was making a guitar for John Mayer, that guitar would have left the custom shop as an absolute ringer, everything working and the guitar just playing beautifully. I just have no doubt about it that Cruz would have made sure that guitar was absolutely phenomenal.
Apparently there was something wrong with it when he first got it, which I can't believe. You know, his tech had to go through it and restring it and all that stuff to his gauge strings and all that stuff, typical rock star thing. But he says he plugged it in and there was like nothing, no sound. And I'm like, wait a minute, that guitar I played on for hours and I put a lot of time and love into that thing. That thing played beautiful when it left here. So don't tell me that I did something wrong, that it didn't work. I think it was his tech that might have did something, because I know he put a dummy coil underneath the pickguard and all that stuff. Maybe something happened there, but John did a couple things to it, and bam, there it was, and it started playing again. And it turned out to be his #1 guitar.
So this is just one odd story when it comes to the Black One, and there are a few more we are going to touch on before the video is done. And I really don't think John Mayer would lie about the Black One showing up to him and him not vibing with it. Perhaps it does have something to do with them installing a dummy coil in the guitar, which also I think there was one in SRV's #1 Stratocaster, so maybe they were trying to do another #1 inspiration thing to it, and then something happened like John Cruz kind of said. Who knows? But I also don't think John Cruz would have sent out a guitar to a Grammy Award winning artist that wasn't damn well near perfect. I don't think John Cruz wouldn't have sent out a guitar that was just kind of, it's alright, or it's kind of, you know, not great, but whatever, I'm going to send it to someone who just won a Grammy. John Cruz wouldn't have done that either. So take it from what you will, both sides to this story. It's just one of those weird things with the Black One. The only part that honestly really matters is that John did start to bond with the guitar as time went on, and the guitar did of course become his #1. Now this point here I think is the perfect time to answer the question, why is the Black One called the Black One? And John has come on the record in saying that he doesn't really name guitars, however names do kind of show up and just happen to stick. And the Black One got its name simply because John would ask Rene Martinez, his guitar tech, and of course Stevie Ray Vaughan's old guitar tech, if he could hand him the Black One, meaning just hand me the black guitar, and the Black One just stuck. So it's at this point here that the Black One has been built, and it's in John's hands in November of 2004. And the very first performance that John used the Black One for, its public debut if you will, was on December 6th of 2004, so very shortly after John actually got the guitar. And these photos of this performance are the earliest shots we have of John and the Black One guitar. And if you've never seen these before, you might be thinking, well, wait a minute. That doesn't quite look like the Black One. And it's just the very early form of the relic wear that John Cruz did to the guitar, the very original relic wear that John did when John Mayer hadn't put any miles on the guitar at all. And especially where you see it above the pickguard, it looks drastically different. But as the months go by, not even years, you actually can see slowly John adding the wear to the guitar himself, and it's slowly developing that signature Black One look. Of course, as we transition into 2005, there are two very important things that happen in 2005. #1 being that the work on recording Continuum starts, as well as the John Mayer Trio era and tour happened in 2005. Now we know very early on in 2005, the recording sessions of Continuum started. And really what kind of happened, interestingly enough, is that the Black One seemed to almost be mainly a studio guitar at first, and perhaps this has something to do with John developing that bond with the guitar as time went on, and then you start to see it get used live a little bit more frequently. On January 15th of 2005, we have the Tsunami Aid Concert of Hope for that horrific tsunami that happened on Boxing Day of 2004. And the John Mayer Trio performed for the very first time, and they performed Bold as Love. And what's kind of funny with this is, of course, you see John with the Black One performing Bold as Love. The very next day, those three went in the studio and recorded Bold as Love for the record, and that's the very first song of Continuum, and the Black One was there during the recording sessions of Continuum from the very beginning.
I don't remember exactly the first song I played it on in terms of what I did as soon as I got the guitar, but I know that I can't go back any earlier in my mind than having played this on Bold as Love. So yeah, actually from day one on the record. Bold as Love, I Don't Trust Myself with Loving You, a song called Over and Over, which never made the record. So the first song that this made it on was Bold as Love.
Of course, the Continuum recording sessions did not all happen at once, but the album was rather recorded in sporadic sessions throughout 2005. And on May 29th of that year, John went in the studio to record In Repair, and there's this really incredible mini documentary around the making of In Repair that's actually on John Mayer's YouTube channel titled In Repair, One Song, One Day. And during the making of In Repair, while they're actually tracking it, you see John is using the Black One. Of course, we can't touch on Continuum and the Black One without discussing Gravity, because the Black One really is the Gravity guitar. And if we go back to that interview where John was actually talking about the Black One, he actually says that the Black One is the only guitar that he really feels like he can hang onto notes with, and the song that he proceeds to play as the pure example of that is, in fact, Gravity.
It's such, for me, like a voice, you know? Like, even without the tremolo effect for Gravity, you can still hear the, you know, like, and this is also feel-wise the only guitar for me where I can really hang on notes the way that I want to hang on a note. I mean, it's defined the way I wrote those songs, you know, like a. You know? I think that solo was on the... Or maybe it was... Yeah. I don't remember. Oh no, that's what it was. Wow, that's some sloppy playing. Sorry, guitar players of America who think they can do it better.
So John using Gravity as the example of how the Black One has really impacted his writing and recording process is all but confirmation, 100% at least, in my mind, that that is the guitar that John used to record Gravity for Continuum, although I do think that that 62 John Cruz Masterbuilt Sonic Blue Strat had some part to play in the actual recording sessions of Gravity. Now, when it comes to the Black One's overall importance to the sound of Continuum, John has been on the record a few times just discussing how this guitar really impacted and created that sound of Continuum. In 2010, John Mayer sat down with none other than that pedal show's own Mick Taylor for an interview with Music Radar, and in this interview, they touch on the Black One and just how important it was to Continuum. The Black One just struck. All of a sudden, this guitar started doing it. And as the guitar started to age, it got different. Within months, it started to sound different. So it was a labor of love, and it's all of the Continuum record. It's in a couple places on Battle Studies, but it really is the Continuum guitar. You know, it's just fucking great every time. It's the best feeling guitar I've ever played. So there you go. You have John literally saying it's all of Continuum and it is the Continuum guitar. In 2018, John also posted to his Instagram a throwback picture during the recording sessions of Continuum in April of 2005. At this point, they had Bold as Love, I Don't Trust Myself, Who Did You Think I Was, and over recorded. Of course, the latter two would never make it onto Continuum, but both of those songs have a great shout at being recorded with the Black One. So we know for an absolute fact that the black one was used to record Bold as Love, I Don't Trust Myself with Loving You, and In Repair. We can strongly assume it was used to record Gravity as well as Belief. Of course, Slow Dancing the Burning Room was recorded with his 64 Stratocaster, and I've done a whole video just like this one on John's 64 Stratocaster, so if you're liking this video so far, please remember to go check out that video if you never watched it already. And I think it's also pretty safe to assume that the black one was used just to record different tracks throughout Continuum, and I'm sure it's got some other minor roles on different songs throughout the record as well. In 2005, there are two performances that aren't part of the John Mayer Trio Tour that I would like to highlight. The very first one is the first live TV performance that John had ever used the black one on June 15th, 2005. It's on Jay Leno with John Schofield performing I Don't Need No Doctor, and it's just a really great look at the wear that John had done on the black one at this point, about 7 months after acquiring the guitar. The other performance was for Farm Aid on September 18th, 2005 at Tinley Park in Illinois. John performed with Buddy Guy, and this is another really great look at just the difference a few months of playing has actually made to the wear of the black one, and how quickly between the Jay Leno performance in June and this performance in September, that wear above the pickguard especially has grown and really kind of turned into that wear pattern that we know the black one has pretty much today. And of course in 2005 as well, we have the John Mayer Trio era, and as I mentioned, it's kind of funny that the black one at this point was mainly a studio guitar, because throughout that John Mayer Trio tour, the black one was really rarely used. It just was not a guitar that saw much stage time at all. Now, these just incredible photos you're looking at are from the third ever John Mayer Trio show on September 8th in Atlanta of 2005. And the gear choices in general here are just very early days. John hadn't quite figured out what would be his mainstay gear choices in terms of amps, pedals, and even really guitars at this point. But you can clearly see that the black one was something he was at least considering using on the tour from the very start. Of course, with the John Mayer Trio era, we have the Try Live album recordings. And perhaps what is the biggest debate when it comes to the Try album is what guitar John actually used to record Gravity on. And the Try album was actually recorded during two different nights, September 21st and September 22nd at the House of Blues in Chicago. Now, we actually have live video footage of John performing Gravity on September 22nd, the second night that they were recording for the album. And for Gravity that night, he actually used the black one. So this is where things just get a little interesting, because John primarily used his John Cruz Masterbuilt 62 Sonic Blue Stratocaster for performances of Gravity, but on the night we know they didn't use for Gravity for the Try album, he actually used the black one. And no footage, at least that I've been able to find, or my friend Alejandro, who runs John Mayer Gear on Instagram, has been able to find, exists of the actual September 21st performance, which is the one that actually made it on the record for Gravity. So at this point, we just don't know what actually we are hearing on the Try album, but me and my friends kind of lean it towards it being that Sonic Blue Strat. Now at this point you're probably thinking, well, we must be done covering 2005, and there is just a lot to cover in this year because of the recording sessions of Continuum and of course the John Mayer Trio era. However, we aren't done, and this is another time where we have kind of an odd story about the saga of the Black One. On your screen right now, I'm going to throw up a picture of the Black One from early on in 2005. Then I'm going to throw up a picture of the Black One from summer of 2005. And in summer of 2005, something happens to the pickup of the Black One in the neck position. It changed. Now, in these pictures, you can see that the pull piece stagger of that neck pickup is actually different. Now, the story as it goes is John dropped the guitar and the pull pieces got knocked down, and that's just the way they were and the way they were left. The Black One is still like this with those pull pieces to this day. Now in 2006, before Continuum actually released, there are 3 different performances in where John used the Black One that I really want to touch on. The first is John performing Palestine, Texas with T-Bone Burnett for The Tonight Show. The tone in this performance is absolutely insane, and it's kind of a weird amp choice overall. John using a custom reverb signature that was not a Mayer prototype, as well as a 2-rock custom amplifier, which essentially is just a 2-rock version of a Dumble seal string singer. If you guys want me to touch on the tones and the gear that John used in this performance specifically and do its own dedicated video on it, let me know in the comments down below, because I do think it's really cool. And this performance is especially important that I wanted to touch on because it's one of the few times that we ever hear the bridge pickup on the Black One. Of course, the Black One is kind of known for its neck and fourth positions being neck and middle sounds. However, we get to hear for that final solo of Palestine, Texas, the bridge pickup, and it actually sounds brilliant. The next performance that I wanted to highlight is on June 10th of 2006, and it's John performing with the great B.B. King. The third and final pre-Continuum performance is with Just Blaze on July 22nd of 2006 for the A-Live sessions. Just another example of how great John sounds with the Black One. Moving on into September of 2006, and on the 13th, we have the release party for Continuum at Webster Hall. And the Black One, the guitar that is the sound of Continuum, is nowhere to be seen. That entire performance, the Black One does not appear on, which is pretty crazy to think of when that guitar is so synonymous with the sound of Continuum, and John used it so heavily in the studio. For the opening launch party for the album, it didn't get used once. However, as the Continuum tour went on, we really see during this time point the Black One becoming John's #1 guitar. Of course, for Gravity, the song it's most well known as during the trio era, was used to perform with the '62 John Cruz Masterbuilt Sonic Blue Stratocaster. Then, kind of in the early days of Continuum in that era, Gravity was actually performed with a Masterbuilt John Cruz version of Mayer's own Charcoal Frost Metallic signature Stratocaster, but then we have the Black One take over for that song full time. On February 11th of 2007, we have another notable performance that features the Black One. This was Gravity at the 49th Grammy Awards, and John would actually win the award for Best Male Pop Vocal Performance for Waiting on the World to Change, of course, from Continuum. And obviously, we can't touch on the Continuum era without discussing Where the Light Is, and by the time Where the Light Is came around in 2007, the Black One really had become John's #1 guitar. For Where the Light Is, the Black One was used to perform Out of My Mind, I Don't Need No Doctor, Gravity, I Don't Trust Myself, as well as Belief. In October of 2008, John would return to Berkeley to perform a songwriting masterclass clinic. He would perform a few different songs like Who Did You Think I Was on stage during this clinic.
I got half a smile and zero shade. I got a reflection with a different name. Got a brand new blues that I can't explain. Who did you think I was?
And after the clinic, he would have a little jam session with his guitar teacher, Tomo Fujita, and it's always just very heartwarming to see John and Tomo together. They were together even backstage at one of the final Dead & Company shows this year in 2023. Just always very heartwarming to see Tomo and someone who is just absolutely revered because he taught one of the biggest modern day guitar heroes of all time.
That's the BB thing.
So at this point in the Continuum era, John's two main Stratocasters were the Black One and his Monterey Stratocaster, and it's kind of the same story as we transition into the Battle Studies era and 2009. On February 24th of 2009, John posted to his YouTube channel and announced two different limited edition runs and replicas of his Black One Stratocaster. The first one being just an absolutely perfect replica of that guitar designed by John Cruz and master built. There would be 83 of those guitars made, and then there would be a run of 500 versions of his John Mayer signature Stratocaster that were essentially given the Black One treatment, and it would be called the NOS Black One, new old stock version of the Black One.
So today I'm meeting with Mike Eldred and Justin Norvell from Fender Custom Shop, and we're sort of talking about something we have kicked around for what, 2 years? Probably 2 years?
Yeah, 2 years.
The problem was I couldn't part with the guitar for you to even spec it out because I was playing so much. But
or I'll see you at an inopportune time. You go, yeah, just take it. And it's like, okay, how am I going to do that?
You got to bike home. Yeah. And so we are going to recreate this black guitar, which I call the Black One, because it's sort of how it's come to be referenced by my asking Rene Martinez for the Black One. So we're going to recreate this in two different ways, two different models. One of them, super limited edition, master built, custom shop, like dead on balls accurate as you see it. And the other one, because I don't want to say to fans like, hey, you know, you can own my guitar, it's $6 grand, have fun, go to it. And there's 83 of them, go for it. So I think I want to do 83 of the custom shop master built version, and then offer, based on the very cool innovations in Fender's production line technology, a production line version of it, an unlimited production line version of it. Maybe just say as many as you want for 12 months, you know, so everybody gets a shot to have it. And come as close as you can to the vibe and the sound and the feel, while still making it, you know, like available to most people who want to own a really quality guitar. So, the Black One, we're going to make it.
So, as a result of John Cruz producing 83 replicas of the Black One between 2009 and 2010, we actually got some hard details as to the specifications of John's actual guitar, the original Black One, because John Cruz produced these replicas to the smallest detail to be the exact same as John's actual guitar, save for two details which we'll touch at the very end. But let's run down the actual specifications of the original Black One. The Black One's body wood is alder, the color is piano black, and the relic is the heavy relic job from the custom shop. The hardware is in gold relic, and of course those tuners are the Fender Schaller Gold Pearl Elite tuners, and they are relic. Now when it comes to the neck, the fretboard we highly speculate to be Brazilian rosewood. The fretboard radius is 9.5. The nut width is 1.65 inches. The neck shape is a C shape, and it goes 0.825 to 0.945 as an inch. And the pickups in the Black One, of course, we really don't fully know, to be honest. So let's just say the Black One pickups. Now there are only two potential differences between the original Black One and the 83 Masterbuilt replicas. I say potential because we have no way of absolutely confirming whether they are differences or not, so we're just going to discuss them as theories at this point. Now, as I just mentioned in regards to the fretboard wood, the original Black One we highly theorize to have Brazilian rosewood, and the replicas do not feature Brazilian rosewood on them. Secondly, when it comes to the pickups, those replicas from John Cruz feature custom hand-wound Abbey Yara pickups. Now, the pickups in the Black One, we have no idea what they are. If you guys remember that story with Mike Eldred, he mentioned that they didn't replicate the pull stagger that is featured on the Black One post about mid-summer 2005. So, take from that what you will. Perhaps John Cruz just went with the original measurements from the Black One when he built it, or he just did something that's incredibly close to those pickups at the time of them making those replicas in 2009, about 2010, or maybe they are in fact identical. It's very difficult to say, and we probably will never know, but those are just the only 2 points of debate between those two versions of the Black One. And here is a different clip of John talking about the NOS Black One version of his signature Stratocaster.
The thing that is really interesting about this project is that I wouldn't have thought that this early on in my career there would be something to reproduce.
This is the make your own treble version.
This guitar is not a master built, it's not a custom shop. This is one that would absolutely have been sent to a store if I didn't take it. I'm using it live on 3 or 4 songs, and I'm loving it. It has the absolute heart and soul of the Black One. But if you're playing in your own band and you're trying to make a name for yourself, I think it's really cool to have a guitar that sort of a blank canvas for someone to make a name for themselves with, or a sound for themselves on.
I think this is one of the classiest Strats I've ever seen. Piano black, gold hardware, mint pickguard, mother of pearl tuners. It's like, I want to plug this thing in.
Now it's at this point here where we have actual production versions and replicas of John's Black One, and I want to take a moment to kind of clarify a few things when it comes to these production replicas of John's guitar. Now when we say the Black One, we of course are referring to John's actual Strat, John Cruz serial number 137. The Black One can also refer to those 83 Masterbuilt versions because they were built by John Cruz, the same person who built John's actual guitar, and he actually took the Black One and used that to make these replicas. So they're kind of interchangeable, especially specs-wise, which this is where it really matters here. The specs of the 83 Masterbuilt guitars are the same as John's actual guitar, save for the pickups, which you can really start to debate. How close are they? I assume very. But of course, with the whole saga of the Black One, we can't 100% know what pickups are actually in the Black One. We can just assume that whatever is in the 83 Masterbuilt versions are going to be the closest thing on the planet to them, probably. Now, all this confusion with specs and really clarifying these things matters when we discuss the NOS Black One, which is a version of John's Artist Series Stratocaster, his signature Stratocaster. Because while it is called an NOS Black One, it shares no DNA No real design elements at all with the actual black one or those 83 replicas for that matter. It is a Mayer signature Stratocaster painted black, given gold hardware, some limited edition goodies like the case and everything, but that's it. You cannot take anything else from that guitar and really say it applies to the black one, which is what I see happening quite a lot actually. People take, oh yeah, the 500 version of Mayer's signature Stratocaster, it has Big Dipper pickups in it for the black one. That's gotta then confirm what pickups are in the black one. Things like that I see, which just as we know aren't true. So the 83 replicas, those are black ones. The 500 Artist Series versions of the black one, that again, given the vibe of the black one, those really aren't black ones. They're their own thing. They're more so just take it as a limited edition version of his signature Stratocaster given the black one vibe. And in that clip talking about the NOS Black One, I really love how he discussed the overall spec of the guitar, being that piano black, the gold hardware, and then mother of pearl tuners, just how classy it is. And a classy guitar is what was needed for one performance that is just a favorite among Mayer fans, and it's when John performed Human Nature at Michael Jackson's memorial service celebration of life.
The big thing for me was when Michael Jackson had died and he played, what's the name of the song? Human
Nature?
Human's Nature, whatever. Yeah. Anyways, that song kind of brought me to tears because I saw him playing it with so much soul and feel, and I'm looking at that, that's my guitar right there. He's playing and there's the casket right below him, and I was just, it was really emotional for me to see that.
As we know from that interview with Mick Taylor back in 2010, John mentions that the black one wasn't really used much in the studio for battle studies, and this is very much apparent and reflected in the guitar choices that were used during the battle studies tours. John electing to use a lot of brand new guitars like the Jeff Beck Masterbuilt Stratocaster for new songs off of battle studies, while the black one was reserved and used for songs off of Continuum, and it even took over as the slow dancing guitar from the Monterey Stratocaster during the battle studies era. On June 18th of 2010, we have what is just one of my top Mayer performances of all time and my favorite Mayer collaboration of all time, John performing with Keith Urban for CMT Crossroads, and during just that incredible performance, they perform Gravity together, and John, of course, uses the black one. It's just one of my favorite ones ever. I have to touch on that in this video. And a little while later, on August 28th of 2010 at the Gorge in Washington, John and Keith would get together again and perform Gravity as well, something else I just wanted to share with you all in this video. In 2010, we have the Crossroads performance as well, and John used the black one for the performance of Who Did You Think I Was, which really for a lot of people I think is a top John Mayer trio tone overall. Now it's at this point here we are transitioning from the Battle Studies era into the Born and Raised in Paradise Valley eras. And if that performance with Keith Urban is my favorite Mayer collaboration ever, Well, this next example has to be my second favorite Mayer collaboration ever. On December 15th of 2012, John and Gary Clark Jr. would perform Going Down with the Rolling Stones. Arguably one of my favorite Mayer lead tones ever is John's solo with the Black One. That is just, the first time I heard it, I was absolutely blown away. And sadly, I already know in advance that I'm not going to be able to show you guys footage of this performance that was professionally shot, but here's some footage that was shot from the crowd, and I think you'll agree with me when I say the tone stands up in this recording. And continuing with another crazy John Mayer collaboration from 2012, on September 15th, John would join Frank Ocean for the SNL performance of Pyramids. This is another fan favorite John Mayer tone that features, of course, the Black One. So now at this point, we are finally into the Born and Raised and Paradise Valley eras, 2013 and 2014. And it's at this point here that John's two main stage guitars were the Black One and the 64 Stratocaster, although the 64 was really kind of starting to take over as John's main stage guitar. Kind of was favoriting the 64 over the Black One at this point. And during this time period as well, there is something that kind of unfortunately happens to the Black One, which really is reflected by John starting to favor the 64 live. Before we get into what happens to the Black One, here is a clip of one of my other favorite Black One tones of all time. It's a cover of Blind Faith's Can't Find My Way Home. Absolutely brilliant. In May of 2014, John posted to his Instagram a picture of the Black One's neck in a case, and he said that he had to get a new one made because the original neck on the Black One started to twist and warp, and unfortunately that nothing lasts forever, and he was going to put another 10 years on the new neck of the guitar, and they even used the original tuners from the Black One's neck on the new one. And yeah, another 10 years he's going to put on the thing. And it's just really sad that this started to happen because John got the Black One in November of 2004, and this was May of 2014. He hadn't even had the Black One 10 years before it needed a new neck. It's just heartbreaking, honestly. Now, if you were unaware that the Black One even had a new neck put on it to begin with, at this point you might be thinking, okay, well, John got a new neck built by John Cruz to put on the guitar, and that's just what he's going to use going forward. However, the story kind of doesn't get resolved here, and unfortunately things don't really get that much better for the Black One. Now we're going to fast forward to 2016, where, if you guys remember at the beginning of this video, I mentioned that my friend Tommy actually got to hold the real Black One and talk to John Mayer about it at a Laundress event in New York City, September of 2016. And when Tommy was talking to John, John mentioned that he was getting a third neck built to put on the Black One. And in this interaction, Tommy noticed that the neck, the second neck that was on the guitar at that time, had John Cruz serial number 135, two lower than the actual neck of the Black One. So this kind of indicates that the Black One's second neck, the replacement neck, was probably one of the prototypes that was made for the Black One that just didn't get chosen. Probably serial number 135 and 136 were both prototypes or even just necks that John had left over from the building process of the Black One, and that's what he sent John. But John getting a third neck for the Black One really means that he didn't fully vibe with the second replacement neck, or else why would he get a new one? And unfortunately, going forward, that third neck would get put on the guitar, but then John would then replace the neck of the Black One back to the original neck that was on the Black One.
So here's the story with this guy. The neck twisted on it, so we swapped it out. By the way, Renee, is it okay if you're on Instagram Live? Do you want to be on? Sure. Renee Martinez, guitar tech extraordinaire. So the neck twisted on it originally, and we put a new neck on it. So when a neck twists, apparently it's done. There's nothing you can do about it. So we switched it out, and I hated it. It was like somebody giving you, it's like somebody lost your teddy bear, and they're like, let's just buy another teddy bear. He won't notice the difference. And as soon as my hands went on it, I was like, it would actually like bum me out and possibly make me sad to put my hands on it and feel, but it just wasn't right. And we put the old twisted neck on it, and it might be twisted, but aren't we all a little bit, and we still get the job done? Still get the job done. So people think this is like the third neck on it. It's back to the original neck, and you can tell. It's also kind of cool. It's a very low John Cruz number, 137.
So both replacement necks on the guitar didn't end up working out, and John opted instead to just put the original warped neck back on the guitar. Obviously, this just is not an ideal situation.
I got it from Wildwood, Colorado. Is this like a Wildwood 10? It's the same neck, right? This one, my neck twisted, and I got another neck from...
Yeah, I remember you had to retire.
I gotta get a third one. This one,
really?
Yeah. This one's not exactly right, but the body is the same. So this is the real one.
Oh my god.
Oh so man. Let's do our picture with the real one. We hold that one, then we'll switch. Well, let's go here first. And we'll go here. Now you hold this one. Now you hold this one.
Oh, dude.
We'll put this one right here. We'll both hold this one. Yeah, absolutely.
That is very cool. That's cool.
Every time I watch that clip of Tommy with John, and I've watched it quite a few times, every year or two we kind of reflect on it and are like, oh yeah, the anniversary of Tommy getting just one of the craziest Mayor experiences ever. I always just have this stupid smile on my face because Tommy's been such a hardcore fan of John's since the early 2000s. You can actually see him right before John launches into Good Love Is On The Way during the John Mayer Trio performance at the Bowery Ballroom. You can actually see Tommy standing there in the crowd that early on being a fan of John's. So there's really no one better to have this experience with the Black One and John like this, and hence why Tommy was also the person I went to make sure that I didn't leave anything out and had all the details absolutely correct as just that second source to go against. The last thing we have to touch on when it comes to the Black One's neck issues is actually a video that is posted to YouTube showing the Black One's neck cracking. I've done a separate reaction video to this because, just forewarning, I'm probably going to get a little bit irritated in the way I talk about this video because it's just completely wrong and lazy, but I'm going to play the video for you guys first. So in that video, which by the way has almost 500,000 views, the creator claims that, oh, John's playing the guitar on the floor for gravity, which he did quite frequently, and in there you see the Black One's neck actually crack, and he kind of uses that to claim that this is probably what happened to the Black One. There are a few things wrong with this, and let's get into it, and I'm going to try not to get too frustrated when I talk about this just utterly stupid video, in all honesty. Number one, this performance was made in America on August 31st of 2014. At this point, we know that John had already replaced the neck of the Black One with the second neck. Now, the first logical thing here is that there is no world where John is putting enough pressure on the neck of the Black One when he's playing it on the floor like that to crack the neck. That just would not happen at all. And two, if the neck actually cracked to the degree of it being unplayable and unfixable, you would kind of assume that something immediately happened where John had a reaction to the neck cracking, and you clearly tell it's his #1 guitar. He'd react to it cracking. But Because this is made in America, we have so many great shots of the Black One. And if instead the person who created this video took the time, 10 seconds of time, to watch any more of Gravity leading up to this performance, you would clearly see that that mark he refers to is on the neck of the Black One already. And if they went and did any further research, you would actually see from the very first show that we know the Black One was used for, that mark is there. That mark is in fact part of the relicking process that John Cruise did. He put that mark on the guitar. It's on the original neck of the Black One, it's on the second neck when we see it during Made in America, and it's actually on all 83 master-built replicas of Mayer's Black One. That is just a mark that John Cruise did to the neck of the Black One when he relicked it. My channel is all about giving you guys the most correct and accurate information that I possibly can when discussing Mayer's gear and the other artists that I do discuss on the channel. That is the whole ethos of my channel. So when someone makes a video like this that's just clickbaity, trying to get views, whatever it is, that just takes no time and effort at all to do any research, and it gets almost 500,000 views, it just really irritates me, because that's all these people now are going to go out there thinking that the neck of the Black One cracked and that's what's wrong with it, when that's just false. And it just keeps frustrating me, because I get sent this video from you guys through my Instagram. I'll get sent it every once in a while and someone will be like, oh, have you seen this? Or this is what happened to the Black One, that's crazy, we see the neck cracking. And then I just get irritated all over again, because I have to correct and say, no, that's actually not what happened at all. So you guys can understand why I get irritated when discussing that video, but had to put it in, the full-on big biopic we're doing on the Black One. Anyways, let's move on. Before we move on to the Search for Everything era, I want to circle back around to those John Cruise master-built replicas of the Black One, because you might not know that John Mayer actually has used one of these replicas live quite a few times actually, and the time frame that this all occurs around really kind of indicates that this is when the Black One was starting to have issues, because he elected to use one of these master-built replicas over the real guitar. And the first time we see John using one of these replicas was on April 18th of 2013. So that performance with Gary Clark Jr. was for Albert King's introduction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2013. Fun fact, that was at the Nokia Theater, the exact same place where The Light Is was performed and filmed. And when you see that guitar in John's hands, it's pretty clear that that's not the real Black One. John Cruise is absolutely phenomenal at replicating the guitars. However, you just can't 100% perfectly replicate 9 years at this point of just natural relic wear that John put on the guitar, especially above the pickguard. That's where it's just the dead giveaway that it's a replica and not the real Black One. At this point, Black One was probably having neck issues, and maybe John was road testing different necks. Maybe that was John Cruise serial number neck 135 on that guitar. Who knows? But I think that's kind of indicating when they were starting to have issues and maybe road testing different necks, or just different options for John with the Black One. And the Masterbuilt Black One replica was also used in 2014 for a lot of the Asia shows that John would perform for the Born and Raised tour. This performance was from Nippo Bokudan on May 2nd of 2014, and if you remember, John posted to his Instagram that the Black One's neck had been replaced in May of the same year. So very much the exact same time frame John's talking about having a new neck put on the guitar, we see him playing with the replica version of the Black One live for quite a few shows in Tokyo and other parts of Asia. During the Born and Raised in Paradise Valley era as well, we didn't just see John using one of the Masterbuilt versions of the Black One. He did use the NOS Mayer signature version of the Black One for performances of something like Olivia. However, that song was just experimented with a variety of different guitars at that time. The Rosie Stratocaster, I think the 64 Stratocaster, the Masterbuilt Sonic Blue Stratocaster we saw for the very last show of that tour for something like Olivia. So kind of interesting that that song, really he just was experimenting with different guitars. But of course, the story of the Black One, we have to touch on that he did use the NOS version live a few times. So it's at this point here we can move on into the Search for Everything era, and around this time John had posted to his Snapchat story a picture that said "Time for That Tone," and he was holding the Black One, and there also, funny enough, was a TS10 on the floor, and my friend Gabe, who you guys all know, Gabe Bergman, he was able to help identify that this was actually Capitol Studios, where the Search for Everything album was recorded. So we have confirmation that the Black One was used on the record, The Search for Everything. Now, it is just extremely hard to say what the Black One was used for during the Search for Everything studio sessions. I tend to lean towards Love on the Weekend, as that's kind of what we saw the Black One used for as well during some promotional performances of Love on the Weekend. Of course, Helpless is another good shout, but I really do believe that was a mixture of the 64 Strat and of course the Clapton Strat as well. We know it was at least used to record part of the outro solo of that song. And then there also is Changing. However, my friend Gabe again kind of convinced me that that song was actually done with the Clapton Strat, and if that's another video you guys would like me to make, let me know in the comments down below. And when it came to the Search for Everything tour, Love on the Weekend was also performed with the Black One, which just kind of lends to the theory that that's probably what John used in the studio for that song. During the Search for Everything tour as well, we have that John Mayer trio set, and there's one just absolutely phenomenal performance of Who Did You Think I Was, where you really see John up close with the Black One, kind of jamming a little bit and playing around before he launches into the song performing. I just have to touch on that clip as well for you guys in the video. And during the Search for Everything tour, of course, one massive thing happens that really changes the dynamic in John's overall relationship with Fender Stratocasters going forward, and hopefully not forever, at least at the time of making this video. In Boston on April 9th of 2017, the Silver Sky is unveiled. So with the Silver Sky getting revealed, as we know going forward from this point, Strats begin to get phased out. As far as the Black One is concerned though, on August 1st of 2018, John posted to his Instagram a photo of the Black One with Rene Martinez in his house, in his kitchen, I believe it was, and just a cool look at the back of the Black One, which we don't get to see that often. In 2018 as well, there are two performances that I would like to highlight. The very first one was on September 22nd in Louisville, Kentucky for Bourbon and Beyond. This is another just absolutely crazy good John Mayer performance, and the performance of All Along the Watchtower with the Black One is just one tonal clip that we have to cover in this documentary. On October 31st of 2018, we also have Mac Miller's Celebration of Life, and the performance of Gravity that John did that night is perhaps the most emotional performance of Gravity we've ever seen John do. We can fast forward to 2019 and the 2019 World Tour. As far as just general tour live tones go, the 2019 World Tour is absolutely one of my favorites. And very early on during this tour, we of course saw the black one being used at rehearsals, as well as during the first 2 legs of the tour. Now you might be thinking, what do you mean the first 2 legs of the 2019 World Tour when there were 3 legs? Asia, North America, and then the 3rd leg being Europe. Well, when I was going to double check the dates on this tour and performances, in my mind, John had used the black one a lot more than he actually did. And this might be a crazy fact to some of you. The very last performance that John used the black one, up until the point of me making this video in 2023, the very last time we've seen the black one on stage in his hands was on July 28th of 2019 in Pittsburgh. That was the 7th show of the 26th show leg for North America. The first, not even 3rd of the tour for that leg, he stopped using the black one, and it was done. We didn't see it again. And trust me, I've gone through and watched just an absolute load of footage of all the other performances, starting with the very last one, working my way backwards. You know Gravity's going to be the one he's going to use it on. Pittsburgh was the very last time we saw the black one get used. In all honesty, my mind was kind of blown when I discovered that, because mentally, he'd used the black one a lot more for that tour than he actually did. And it's just kind of crazy how quickly during that tour it was dropped and the Silver Sky was used for Gravity the rest of the tour. It just was nuts. But that's the reality. That's the very last time we've seen the Black One on stage in John's hands. And what's really crazy when you think about the 2019 World Tour and John using the Black One for the very last time at that show in Pittsburgh is that on the very last night of that North American leg of the tour, we had the second of 2 Continuum nights, as they got to be known as, where John would perform Continuum front to back as part of one of the 2 set lists for the evening. So you have a Continuum night, the very last show of the North American leg, and he doesn't bring the Black One out for even that performance. It's just kind of crazy that, to me at least, to think about. Guitar is so synonymous with Continuum. He's doing a front-to-back performance of that album live, and the Black One wasn't used at all. It's kind of crazy, right? When it comes to studio use, however, the Black One wasn't fully ruled out, and of course I'm talking about the Sob Rock album. Now, John has been quoted talking about the making of Sob Rock as well as the track All I Want Is To Be With You, and I'm going to read a couple of quotes for you guys here about the recording and the Black One's use. For tone, I know exactly what people want to hear, so sometimes I consciously record with my old tones. It's easy. I just use the same guitar and amp combo from that time and do the same miking. I've never forgotten what my sound is like. I love finding and experimenting with new sounds. Still, it's important to keep playing with a sound that people can tell it's me when they listen to it. Of course, when John's referring to that tone, the tone people all want to hear, his sound, he's referring to the sound of Continuum. And I'll also read for you guys a quote of him directly talking about All I Want Is To Be With You when discussing the various guitars that were used to record Sob Rock. The outro lead guitar of All I Want Is To Be With You is played with the black Strat that I have always played. When tracking, I can hear that Strat tone in my head. Sometimes I intentionally say, let's do it with the tone of Continuum. And a few things here from that quote. Number 1, John obviously referring to the Continuum sound and the Black One. We know from earlier quotes of him how that guitar is really all of Continuum, and right there again, in the time that he was recording Sob Rock, he's referring to that guitar as being the sound of Continuum, that guitar having a very specific tone that he even hears in his head. And I think it's really cool that all these years later, when he was making his latest record, at the time of me making this video, he still associates that guitar with Continuum so much and consciously thinks about doing tones that reflect that era, which people just so massively associate with him. That is the quintessential John Mayer tone for a lot of people, the Continuum tone. Now, sadly, while the Black One was used for the outro solo of All I Want Is To Be With You on the record, the Black One saw no use during the Sob Rock tour as well. As I mentioned, the very last time we've seen it was during the 2019 World Tour in Pittsburgh, but we did almost get it on stage again, and when I saw this rehearsal photo of John with the Black One, I just was like, damn it, we were so close.
We were on the verge of greatness. We were this close.
During rehearsals with the John Mayer Trio for the Love Rocks performance on March 9th of 2023, John actually had used the Black One, and based on the neck pickup position being selected, it would be for Who Did You Think I Was? We were so close to getting him use it again. It was just great that we saw the Monterey Strat return after all those years. However, it would have been just extra special getting to see the Black One, of course, again. And hopefully for the Crossroads performances later this year in 2023, we might get to see the Black One get brought out for maybe Who Did You Think I Was? I have hope at least that we'll see the guitar get brought out again. Obviously, this brings us around to present day 2023 at the time of me making this video. Do I think that we've seen the last performance of the Black One ever? No, obviously not. It's John's #1 guitar. It's his baby, essentially, if you want to refer to it that way. John will use that guitar again. In the studio, I guarantee we'll hear it for sure. Live, maybe some special performances if the original neck is what he's sticking with and it's too difficult for him to play on a nightly basis. Maybe just the odd time and it'll be just extra special that we get to see that guitar in John's hands. But I just know we'll get to see it again. It's not the end of the guitar. That's just, I think, obvious. And that... I honestly didn't think I'd be making this video so soon after making my Black One documentary, but the Black One has returned to stage in John's hands. This is just absolutely amazing. October 4th, which is night 2 of the 2-night stint John was doing at Madison Square Garden to open up the second leg of the solo tour, he performed Gravity solo electric style, which performing a song solo on electric is something that John's done a few times before on the first leg of the solo tour. However, when he'd done it with songs like Wheel, for example, he had performed it with a mock sand Silver Sky. So if we were expecting any guitar to come out for any electric things, it would just be what he'd been using for the majority of the tour. However, for Gravity, which is something he hasn't done yet during the solo tour, a solo performance of Gravity, he brought out the Black One, which is just, like I said, it's insane, and it's the same evening I'm recording this video right now. Me and when all my friends kind of saw it, we all just were absolutely freaking out, and the first thing that comes to mind is the Office meme where they're like, oh my god, it's happening, everyone stay calm.
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm!
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Stay calm! Wait.
That was pretty much all of us when we realized the Black One got brought out for Gravity. We were just all freaking out. And if you haven't watched my full hour-and-a-half almost long documentary on the Black One, please go give it a watch after you're done watching this video. I really think you'll enjoy it, and the feedback I've been getting on it is absolutely insane. But the very last time we've seen the Black One, if you haven't watched that video, was on July 28th of 2019 during the North American leg, the second leg of the 2019 World Tour in Pittsburgh. It's been 1,529 days since we last saw the Black One, which equates to, according to Google, 4 years, 2 months, and 5 days ago, it's still being October 4th at the time of me making this video. It's been that long since we've seen the Black One, which, when you think of John Mayer's #1 guitar, that's absolutely crazy. And we are going to continue to discuss just how truly epic and special this moment is, and my thoughts behind it, the hype. But first, the tone from this performance of Gravity. It's stellar. It's absolutely special. We're going to take a listen to this solo, the way John's looped the chords in and then soloed over those. Oh man, it's my favorite tone of John's that we've heard in a very long time. It's incredible. Let's just take a listen. And it gets even better when it comes to the outro solo because you just hear John's lead tone with a little bit more gain on it. And it's not like the typical Gravity solo you would expect because it's not played super fast, there's not a bunch of crazy licks, but it's played with a lot of feel and a lot of right hand picking dynamics as John kind of plays some of the chords, plays a lead line more aggressively, and you really hear the guitar open up when he hits it. We're gonna watch it. It's just, the first time I watched it, I was just like, wow, that was cool.
Just keep me waiting alive. Just keep me waiting alive.
Whenever the black one is in John's hands, we are in for a treat when it comes to the playing and tone. It's just a given. It's his #1 guitar. It's the guitar that we associate the most with John. And I know what some of you guys are probably thinking. It's just one guitar. John sounds great no matter what guitar he has in his hands. And that is very true. John can play a pop can guitar and sound absolutely fantastic. However, there is something truly special about the black one. That guitar has a very distinct sound. It is the sound of Continuum, and John's bond with that instrument, he always plays with such ferocity and just soul when he plays the black one. It's a special instrument, and you can just see it in the way John plays that guitar. All of his history with it, all of the performances he's done, the songs he's recorded on albums with that guitar. There is just that bond with the black one and John that you really don't get with any other guitar, save for the 64 Strat. In all honesty, I really didn't think I'd be making this video anytime soon. If you guys remember from the Love Rocks John Mayer Trio performance on March 9th, John was actually rehearsing with the black one for what we theorized was Who Did You Think I Was? However, he of course played a Silver Sky for that performance, and then I thought, well, maybe we'll get it for Crossroads. It's not really in full touring condition with the original warped neck on the guitar. It's not going to be played on a nightly basis for multiple songs, but maybe the odd special performance we'll get it. So maybe Crossroads then, if he's been rehearsing with it with the trio, that's probably the next likely option. And then Crossroads came and went, and guess what? The black one wasn't used for that either. So after Crossroads was done, I was kind of like, all right, we're probably not going to see the black one for another year, at least. Maybe on the next big mainline tour for John's next album, we might get it for a couple performances, or every other performance of Gravity, something like that. And then John, on the solo tour, just comes out and brings it out for this incredibly wicked performance of Gravity. I was not expecting this at all. I would not have bet on us seeing the black one during the solo tour, that's for damn sure. When we think of all the incredible moments during the solo tour as a whole so far at the time of me making this video, this performance of Gravity is easily one of the top, if not the top moment for any John Mayer fan, especially any John Mayer gear fan. Hearing Gravity just with John and the black one, that's insane. That's incredibly special, and even more so if this is the only time John does it. I really hope he does it a lot more, but if this is a one and done sort of thing and he doesn't perform Gravity solo with the black one again on the tour, any of the other performances of this leg or the next leg, well, this is easily the coolest moment of the entire tour for, I think, all of us, and I think you all can agree with me on that point. Yeah. Seeing the black one in John's hands, it's just, you can tell I'm excited. I got this stupid grin on my face. Everything feels a little bit more right in the world seeing that guitar live with John again, and I'm incredibly jealous of anyone who got to witness this moment. Shout out to my friend Brandon, who was at the show. I'm super stoked you got to see this dude. I'm just like, I'm happy for you. I'm very happy for you. So you guys, please, as always, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below on this just insanely incredible moment. I think for all of us, this is a big deal, especially for me, just so close to me making that documentary on the black one, which was the most intensive video I've ever made. Took me forever to do, all the editing, fact-checking, and stuff like that. It was absolutely a love letter, really, to that guitar, and to see it get brought out again a little bit afterwards, it makes me very happy just to see this guitar again after spending all that time going over all these details and stuff like that, and really making me wish that we'd see it more often, honestly, making that video. It made me even sadder that we hadn't seen it in forever. So now I'm just even more excited that we get to see it again. So if you haven't watched that documentary, even if you watch it in parts, I promise you, you are going to love it. If you like John Mayer, his guitars, the black one, the Guitar of Continuum, if you want to know everything about it and literally what was a documentary, as close to a documentary as I can make, I think calling it a documentary is pretty fair at this point. Yeah, you'll love it. Digest it slowly if you have to, but I promise you, you'll like it. It'll be linked in the description down below. Yeah, let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments down below, because this is just, I'm just so excited. I'm so excited. This is amazing, and hopefully this means we might start to get Strats out again, because knowing that the black one is for sure out with John on the solo tour is a good sign that maybe we'll reach that equilibrium, that kind of balance of Silver Skies living on tour and on stage again with Fenders in balance and coexisting, which is kind of what the Silver Sky was designed to do. In John's words, paraphrasing, kind of said that it's designed to coexist with the Strats, and it hasn't really been that way for a while. So hopefully we get to that point where we get to see both of them in John's hands. But yeah, I'm gonna play some more of this footage for you guys out. Thank you again so much for watching this video, especially stuck with me to the very end. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below, because I'm sure all of you guys are just as excited as I am. Take care, everyone. We'll see you on the next video.
You know, it's kind of crazy that it's a special moment whenever the Black One makes an appearance live, but hey, here we are. During the second show of the European leg on the solo tour in Copenhagen, Denmark, John brought out the Black One to close out the show for a solo performance of Gravity. This is one of only 2 times the Black One has actually seen use live since the 2019 World Tour. Of course, the very first time we've already documented and discussed on the channel being Madison Square Garden Night 2 on October 4th of 2023. But let's take a listen to this latest appearance of the Black One, because hey, it's just crazy to see that guitar again. It's wild to think that that's even a topic for a video I can make for you guys, but hey, that's the reality we live in right now. And a special thank you to everyone who let me know, send in clips over to me on my Instagram when you guys all saw John using the Black One again live. I really appreciate you all thinking of me for this moment here. But it's interesting to think that John actually brought out the Black One with him to the European leg of the solo tour. You'd be kind of forgiven to think that, alright, he's played the guitar only twice now since 2019. He's going overseas. It's kind of a little surprising to me that he is actually bringing it on tour with him. I know in his Snapchat years ago, he mentioned that the Black One is always out with him on the road. Same thing with the 64 Stratocaster, and that still seems very true even though he's not using it. So I'm not sure if he's playing the guitar maybe in his hotel room, bringing it around with him and just keeping it close by in case he spur of the moment kind of deal, he wants to play it live, but it seems like a very special guitar for him to be hauling around all the time to maybe play it once out of a whole leg of a tour. That's kind of crazy to me to think of, but that guitar is just truly so special.
Now, I will touch on the rig briefly here. It is a new leg of a tour, so there's bound to be some changes probably coming to the board later on. As for the amplifiers, it essentially appears to be exactly the same as the rest of the solo tour. We have that silver panel 50-watt Dumble overdrive special, and then one of John's 1964 Fender Vibroverbs. The difference here, though, that we can see is that the Vibroverb actually sits on a 2-Rock 212 extension cabinet rather than the Alessandro extension cabinet that it was sat on before during earlier legs of the solo tour, and it's still doing the same purpose where that cab underneath the Vibroverb is actually what John is miking up rather than the 15-inch JBL speaker that was in the Fender Vibroverb at some point and then removed kind of in the fall North American leg of the tour in late 2023. But apparently, according to the Blue Note Tokyo kind of rig rundown that the Japanese Guitar magazine did on that, which is going to be something I'll touch on the channel because we got the most unreal shots of John's pedal board ever, but apparently both of these older 2-Rock cabinets are loaded with 2-Rock speakers in it, which is a really cool thing. And once I get that magazine actually in hand, I'll do a little bit more translating for you guys as well. That's apparently what is in both of the different 2-Rock 212 speakers that John is using for this leg of the solo tour now, at least. As for the drive sound on the pedal board, John is most likely, I can assume, running the exact same drive setup as the rest of the solo tour, being an Ibanez TS10 into his blacked out Klon Centaur into another Ibanez TS10. Of course, the exact combination, it's rather hard to tell. I couldn't find any good footage where you could exactly see what he was stepping on for his drive sounds, but it's guaranteed to be at least one, if not two of those pedals for sure. I'd say two. Probably TS10 into Klon Centaur kind of seems to be what John's still been favoring, but could be all three as well. We just can't tell as of right now. And the looper, if you guys are curious, was one of John's Boss RC 500s, but this shot of John's pedal board is just incredible. It's probably the best shot of John's board we've ever had. Very surprising that Guitar Magazine actually was able to go in and get information on John's rig from the Blue Note Tokyo shows and actually take these shots and publicize them. It's kind of weird. I was very shocked when I saw this happen. I was like, seems a little bit out of, the normal for John. Like the last time we saw anything like this was his rig rundown during the Battle Studies era. But we got these shots now, and like I said, I'll be touching on the entire thing in detail on the channel very soon. So if you're curious to see that episode come out on the channel, subscribe to my channel. It also lets me know if you guys just like the videos. But the amplifiers and pedals aside, we're here because of the Black One. That guitar is truly so special to any John Mayer fan. John always sounds fantastic, but this guitar in his hands, it's just something else. It's very, very special. And as you guys can hear, the tone from this performance as well was just incredible. Something about the Black One, man. It's just, you can't beat it. So now that we have confirmation that John is touring in Europe right now with the Black One, and he's already used it the second show of the entire leg for Gravity, maybe we'll get it again. I really hope. But now, in all honesty, I'm kind of more curious to see if you do something like this with Slow Dancing to Burning Room, an electric guitar version of Slow Dancing to Burning Room with the 64 Strat. Now that could be really special as well. And at this point, I'm kind of like, all right, we've seen him do Gravity this way twice with the Black One. It's really cool, don't get me wrong. But let's see what else he can do now and what other songs he can do solo and looped on the electric guitar in this way. 64 Strat for Slow Dancing, I think we'd all lose our minds at that point. That'd be really cool. But as of right now, from my memory, we've had Wheel was done with the Silver Sky. Gravity's been done with both the Silver Sky and the Black One. And I think that's it if I'm not remembering, if I'm remembering it all correctly. If I'm not, let me know in the comments down below. But I'd like to see some change up as well as John gets a lot more comfortable with looping and just experimenting a little bit. Come on. Fingers crossed for Slow Dancing with the 64 Strat. That would be so incredible. But thank you guys for watching today's video. Just touching on a very special moment with the Black One. And it's kind of sad in a way that I can make a video being excited to see the Black One again. Who would have thought years ago that we'd be kind of in this position now where, oh yeah, we're going to be really stoked to see the Black One maybe once or twice a year. Kind of the way it's been going right now. Stay tuned again on the channel for a full kind of analysis on John's pedal board with those incredible shots, the amps as well, the cabs, everything that's kind of going on in the solo tour. I'll be putting out lots of content for you guys. So stay tuned on the channel as always. Thank you so much for watching today's video, and I'll see you.
So in regards to the story of the Black One and our timeline now updated for February of 2025, the last time we've seen John with the Black One is this Paris performance of Gravity during the solo tour on March 24th of 2024. I always just thought it was super cool that I made that whole documentary, and it was It took me a couple weeks by the time I did all the research, pieced together all the footage, and then shot it and edited it. It took me a while to make, and then so soon after I did it, we actually saw John bring out the black one for that Madison Square Garden show. And for this compilation Supercut video, I thought I'll just throw in the videos that I did live covering it as it was going on for the solo tour. Just in a fun way to kind of showcase, you know, the excitement as well and kind of try and recapture that a little bit. If it's a compilation video, why not throw in more videos that are in the context of what it is for kind of closing out this video, this Supercut, with the story of the black one. The video, of course, that I'm just personally the most proud of that I've ever done. That's the one. Kind of funny. It's the black one. And it's the video for me that I think highlights the passion and, you know, the love and admiration for John's sound and, you know, what he's done for music and for guitar players around the world. So I hope you guys enjoyed this compilation, this Supercut video that I have made. I enjoy watching these style of videos on YouTube of other channels like that I love, like Star Wars Theory, for example. He's got like 4 or 5 hour supercuts, and I'll just put them on and almost listen to them as like podcasts or something in the background. So I thought it'd be kind of cool to do on the channel while also giving you guys a few just little updates here and there. So if you guys did enjoy this, I could make it with other videos as well. Potentially, if this one does well, maybe I'll do the same for like, you know, a compilation of like the solo tour coverage or different tour coverages, for example. That could be kind of fun as well, like Sob Rock, maybe, like, you know, ones that I've covered live as they're happening. Let me know. That's something you're interested in. But if you made it all the way to the end of the video, I know it was a very, very, very long one. I just thought I'd quickly chat with you a little bit at the very end. And yeah, that's about everything. So hope you enjoyed this compilation. Like I said, if you guys want more, I can make more. Take care, everyone. I'll see you on the next video. Oh, and one last thing. Just because, I'll let John play us out with the last time we've seen him with the black one. Take care, guys.
Now how can I be? Just keep me waiting.